So, hello everyone, this is AetherNightmare and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Just gotta get a few more things set up in the background and then we'll be ready to go. Get my chat window up and going. It is doing that thing again where it thinks it's loading up the chat from last time, which is really weird for my last stream. I don't know why you do that. It's the right video, but it is not the right chat. There we go. So we are back. As you can see, I've got functioning pants because I ran the Cutter's Cry a few more times, got some new armor in the process, and also got made myself some new pants. So now I have pants. Oh, it's so liberating to have pants. So let's see, where am I? I think I'm in Limsa. If I recall correctly, yeah, I am. Since I ran around in my own time, and if I can get open the hunting log, here we go. I finished the Marauder hunting log, so I should be able to get a new rank, I would assume. Hello, Snoopy Pants. We have just started up Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm probably gonna mess around. Fridays tend to be shorter days for me, so I tend to just do more goof around streams that can end at any time. I might go long, I might go short. It depends. Fridays are a tad unpredictable for me. For my schedule, could get called in early, could be not called in at all. We could see. So let us go over to the Aft Castle, because I want to see if I can get my new Storm Captain rank. I think I'm a corporal right now, actually. My Storm Guild rank. Well, the past couple episodes I've kind of been going with what I would not describe as pants. Basically assless chaps. Undertake, apply for promotion. To qualify for your next promotion, you must complete rank 1 of the Grand Company's objective of your hunting log, which I did. I see that you have already done so. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements for your promotion. You are currently a Storm Corporal. To qualify for Storm Sergeant 3rd class, you must fulfill the following requirements. I need 5,000 seals. I currently have 22,000. I almost maxed it out again, because it maxes out at 25,000. And I need to complete the hunting log, which I did, so confirm. Storm Sergeant 3rd class. Difficulty rank unlocked. In the name of the Admiral, I hereby appoint you to the rank of Storm Sergeant 3rd class. By this promotion, you are now eligible to undertake a wider range of company leaves. May you ever serve the best interests of Limsa till sea swallows all. Okay, I don't think I can do... Can I do supply missions yet? Delivery. No, Storm Sergeant 2nd class. I'm 3rd. Can I apply for a promotion again? To qualify for Storm Sergeant 2nd class, you must fulfill the following. 6,000 seals. I still have 1,700, so confirm. Expert delivery missions unlocked. In the name of the Admiral, I hereby appoint you to the rank of Storm Sergeant 2nd class. By promotion, you're now eligible to undertake expert delivery missions. May you ever serve the best interests of Limsa till sea swallows all. Because eventually I want to unlock a few things. To bolster the strength, to grant companies of yours seek donations of rare items. There we go. This is stuff we get in the dungeons that I don't need. Accepted items are those which are sellable and whose names are not yellow in the help window. Ethereal gear is an example of such. If you wish to make a donation, speak to a Grand Company Quartermaster to complete the delivery. You'll be rewarded company seals for your contribution. So, really quickly, let me adjust my character. Let's go into expert delivery. Now, these are all things that I've gotten in dungeons. You can tell because they are either pink or green. Don't worry about the colors for now. But stuff that I don't really use on account of being over-leveled or different classes. So like a Plundered Grimoire. It's green, so it means I've gotten a dungeon, but I'm not going to really use this. So if I select it, I can choose to turn it in for some extra company seals. So the bogus stuff that you get in dungeons, whether you want it or not, can be foisted off in this manner. So I've got like 2 of these. I might as well get this out of your inventory. Get it from no longer cluttering up your armory chest if it's stuff you genuinely don't want or need. I might hang on to the Cutter's Cry Staff just because that looks like it might be cute. It depends. So some of these I'll keep and others I will not. Because this starts to clutter up real fast, so it's in your best interest to just get rid of it if it's crappy. I kind of wish it wouldn't do that every time, though. But you get the idea. Can I... To qualify for first class, you must meet the following requirements. 7,000 seals. I'm good for it. There you go, first class. What do I need for... For this, you must receive the express endorsement of the Commander Rashat Riki. The commander stands to my left. Speak with her to learn what you must do to win her approval. So, Shadows Uncast. Until I reach level 44. I'm 2 levels away, so... Either way, I got myself ranked up, so I can now turn in things for additional seals. Like I said, that goes really fast with how I use it to get by. Once I'm level 44, which I probably will be pretty darn soon, we will be able to go on more missions. So, is there anything just sort of boofing around in Limsa? What did I need for this? Silver daggers. Don't remember what I need for that. Except on you, Ulda. Embracing the Beast, that's going to be over at Costa del Sol. North Shroud. I did do the leaves at Costa del Sol. Let me just open this up. There might be some other ones I haven't accepted yet either. How about armor? Yep, we have some armor stuff we can do. What happens if I get to level 44? I can apply for my next Storm promotion for rank, which unlocks new types of gameplay. I can't. That's right, we can't warp. I gotta hoof it. Get to walk down to the Armor Guild every time. We did the wake yesterday. So timed quest is done. Greetings! I heard that you bested Blandsteer in the armor contest of skill, an impressive feat, and one which you should be proud. But I'm afraid you've made a most troublesome enemy, for he is both persistent and vindictive. As you well know, I speak from bitter experience on that matter. Rather than dwell on this unpleasant rivalry, however, I would have you focus on the craft. Ready your hammers and pliers, there is much and more to do. Master Lingsath over at the Bismarck has commissioned a new steel frying pan, and as one might expect from the head of the Culinarians Guild, he accepts only the finest of wares. Now, compared to pounding out thick protective plates of armor, cooking utensils, being generally smaller and lighter, require a somewhat more delicate touch. Depends, it's a frying pan. You must bring all of your concentration to bear, lest you risk ruining the entire piece with a single misplaced blow. In light of recent events, which have no doubt left your mind scattered, I believe a task that fully engages our facilities will prove beneficial. Let us not keep Master Lingsith waiting. To the forge with you. Steel frying pan. What do we need to make a steel frying pan? It's a bomb frying pan. Everything I cook in it explodes. That's a steel skillet. Iron frying pan. You think it'd be in here? Steel skillet. It says steel frying pan, though. White skillet. Is it further along than I thought? Oh, God, it is. Yeah, okay. My bad. So I need some oak lumber and a steel plate. And I am running low on iron. I forget how much I do now with my... Okay, I'm 1 off. I'm 1 point off. Good to know. Steel plates take 2, right? Yep. Oh, that freaks me out every time. Oop, getting the lag. Getting the, stream lag. Oh no! Where's my stream going? My kilobytes have gone... Bye-bye. Stream? You okay? Like, my internet is not happy. Clearly be very proud of you for having a bomb. A lot of bomb stuff. Indeed. It's made out of something called bomb ash, which is a material you get from an enemy literally called bombs. Yeah, sorry about that, 1 sec. Let me... My bitrate on Twitch shows it as okay. But my OBS bitrate went to heck, and so did my reaction times in the game. I would press a button and then it would take like a whole 2 seconds for me to swing my hammer, which is usually a sign that your internet is going bye-bye. It's back in the green now, though. Not sure what that was about. Sometimes it just goes whoop. Internet's been kind of weird here as of late. Get some oak lumber. A lot of it's been storms, but I think another thing is that they've been building some complexes nearby. And in order to get stuff attached, both for electric and for internet, they kind of gotta boop everybody else's. That's another reason, too, why I always record these, because there's, like, a significant chance, especially with them building stuff nearby, that the power could go out, and if the power goes out, it ruins my recording. It corrupts it, so I have to download stuff back off of Twitch. Which isn't the first time it's happened. I kinda boofed myself on that, didn't I? 80%, will it be enough? Yeah, we got lucky. Oh, you know what? I'm such a dum-dum. I should eat something. There we go. Eating something increases your experience gain. I don't really care too much about which food I eat. Everything offers like a 3% experience gain, which depending on what you're doing and how much experience you're earning can make a big difference. 3% doesn't seem like much until you're earning like 10,000 experience per action, and then all of a sudden, yeah, 3% makes a big difference. So, stuff I don't plan to sell or whatever, I might have my character eat just for the EXP boost. You can see it up here. So, meal benefits, I have 3% experience boost, my skill speed is a little faster, my vitality is slightly higher, and my determination is a little higher. Which, the food I ate isn't that great, but the 3% experience bonus is the reason. And it declutters my inventory a little. So, let's go back into armor. They want a steel frying pan. Do I have a phone that can make the Twitch video stream go small, then you can play games while watching stream? Yeah, I do. That's actually how I'm looking at my chat right now, since I have this game in full screen and my two screens are not created equal. One is a 1080p screen, which I need for this game in particular, otherwise it messes up the layout and makes stuff too hard to actually see, both for you and for me. But the other one is a 720p TV screen, which doesn't work well for this game. It's not super duper compatible. It works well for everything else, but for this, not so much. So I have them backwards. But as a result, OBS kind of takes up the whole thing. And I need to read chat somewhere else. Where's that frying pan? It's true that you're no longer some rank novice, but do not think that your posterior is safe from the toe of my boot if you choose to dither and dally. Truly, another consummate work. I can find no flaw with its weight or balance. It's not so heavy as to be so struggle to lift, yet it remains sturdy enough to endure the frantic pace of the Bismarck's kitchens. I trust this juncture that you comprehend in full my earlier warning. To produce a frying pan of this quality would most certainly have required your undivided attention, and I can tell this item received just that. The consistency of the metal's thickness is all the evidence one needs. This is the type of precision should not be undervalued. In this case, should the frying pan be poorly forged, the heat of its cooking surface will be uneven, and such flaws are unacceptable for an exacting culinarian such as Master Linkseth. Even the sturdiest of utensils, however, rarely last him more than a few seasons. It's a struggle to find armorers who can meet his demanding specifications when he turns to our guild for replacements. I had long intended to assign this commission to you, but your encounter with Plansteer had me doubting your ability to concentrate. This is one of those rare occasions where I'm happy to be proven wrong. Your uncompromising attention to detail continues to be an inspiration to your colleagues. Speaking of details, there's one that remains untended, delivering this frying pan to Master Linkseth's hands. I trust you do not need the directions to the Culinarians Guild? No, I'm employed there too. Can head over there, and I can also take on my another Culinarian quest. I know I have the blacksmith's one to do over here, but it's going to have me run all over anyway, so. Culinarian's Guild gets its own warp crystal. Just saying. You've come to deliver my new frying pan, you have? Yeah. Along with any other tasks you have of me. It must be weird for them that I do multiple jobs. Well now, ain't she a beauty? With this pan, I'll be able to whip up all sorts of dishes and not fret about burning the middle or undercooking the edges. You say this was your work? Yeah, I cook stuff in your guild, and I make your tools. I'm one versatile aura. Only the Forge Master herself has ever been able to make utensils what I'd consider worthy of the Bismarck. Seems like I finally got me another crafts person I can trust. You're welcome in my kitchen anytime. I better be. I work here. These are all about the same. See, like that big experience boost, 102,000 experience. Yeah, that 3% makes a difference all of a sudden. Well, if it ain't young Bryn, judging by the burns on your hands, you've been working at your cooking and making you frying pans. Good on ya. You're an inspiration to your peers, especially Igam. He's been working like a man possessed since the business with the grilled dodo. Not that it's made much of a difference. Truth be told, I'm convinced he's made a pig ears of things again. He hasn't told me much mind, and it's right plain on his face. I've tried to price the story out of him, but I see there's aught I can do. But he bites his tongue when I'm around, stubborn sod. Any road, I was thinking, Might be as he's opened up to one of his peers, and seeing how you've had such an effect on him, I reckoned you might just be the person for the job. So do us a favor and coax the story out of him, would ya? Oh, and lend him a hand if he needs one. You again! What have you come for this time? Oh, I see. The Guildmaster has you spying on me now. He thinks that I'm incompetent and can't be trusted to do my own work. Who am I fooling? If Master Linksith thinks I'm incompetent, it's because I am. With me, it's one bungled order after another. It shames me to reveal this to you of all people, but I've offended one of the Bismarck's regulars. The man, Maidamaga is his name, has a soft spot for meat kebabs, and so I thought I'd impress him with a complimentary skewer. Only to have his expression turn sour the instant he took a bite. I'll never forget the steel in his voice when he said that he would have words with the management. I meant to add luster to the Bismarck's proud reputation, instead I tarnished it. I went to set things right, but I don't know how. Maidamaga is still out with the terrorists, but I just can't bear facing him again. Not this soon. What am I to do? Damn it! I used to have meat kebabs! Now I don't. I don't think I do. No, I shan't be ordering anything else. I see that you're still here. Let me guess. You've come to apologize on behalf of the sorry excuse for the chef who made those god-awful meat kebabs. Well, I'm afraid that the damage has been done. I've been served second-rate food at the Bismarck, and it's only right that the man responsible should be dismissed, and I mean to see that he is. Do not mistake my intention. I do this solely to preserve the Bismarck's good name. Were it become known that Linksith was employing the services of inferior chefs, this once fine establishment would soon fall in dispute. You have yet to speak a word, but I take it you're not pleased with my evaluation. Very well, if you would have me believe that this incident was an aberration, and not, in fact, indicative of a general decline in standards, I suggest you convince me with your cooking. I will not have it said that I'm an unreasonable man. Make me another meat kebab, one fit for consumption this time, and I shall reconsider my stance. Damn it, I already had those. I don't think I have any in my inventory, but I have made them before? Where are they? What level of quest am I even on? Right there. Okay, so I have some dodo tenderloins, so that's fine. I need some paprika and a ruby tomato. I don't know why they call it paprika when it's still fresh. Paprika is when it's dried, not when it's fresh. Okay, ruby tomato. Where's the bell pepper? Because fun fact about peppers is they get new names when they are dried. Turns out a lot of people don't know that. Yeah, it should be super easy to make for me. There we go, meat kebab done. Where's my meat kebab? The other fellow's attempt may have been unpalatable, but at least I did not have to wait for it. It takes time to cook. You want fresh food, you gotta wait on cook times. This ain't McDonald's. I only have to turn over one, but every recipe creates 3. Now I'm gonna have to eat the meat kebabs myself. Ah, here it is, finally. Unless you have any objections, I shall sample it in your kitchen. That way I can treat Linksith to my opinion with the flavor still fresh on my palate. You're not allowed back here. Well, well, it would seem you have made amends for your fellow chef's failure. This is as moist and flavorful a meat kebab as I have ever tasted, and I've tasted more than I can count. As a matter of fact, I consider myself something of a connoisseur of the dish, and I know more than a little about its preparation. Would you like me to tell you what I think your colleague did wrong? First of all, in his eagerness to seal the meat's moisture, he left it searing far too long, producing something akin to charcoal. Not so with your dodo. Its surface is charred just enough to be aromatic while the middle is still moist. Second, your friend grilled all the ingredients together, even though tomato and paprika require far less time on the fire than the meat. To your credit, you did not fall for this trap. Last but not least, your friend was too heavy on the salt. Those with underdeveloped palates may beg to differ, but it's the harmony of sweet, sour, and salty that makes a meat kebab. And yours, my friend, struck the perfect balance. Thanks, I mix my spices usually beforehand. Which brings me to my conclusion. I was wrong to assume that the quality of your colleague's dish was indicative of the general decline in standards. It would seem that the Bismarck's reputation is in no immediate danger. Thus reassured, I shall forget about the incident. Master Lingseth has done well to train such a capable culinarian. I pray you continue honing your skills under his tutelage. Ah, just the person I was looking for. Words already reached my ears about what you got up to while I was away. To hear him tell it, you single-handedly restored the Mitamaga's faith in the Bismarck. For that, you have my gratitude. And Ingham's, too. I'm told to thank you in person, but he's too bloody proud. Don't hold it against him, though, huh? You've already forgiven the daft sod. I don't know what you heard about me, but I ain't never been one to give none of mine the axe for buggering up a dish or three. There's no denying our patronaires' importance, but they aren't my main reason for being here. Gosh, these ways of speaking get me sometimes. Nay, my first duty is the training of culinarians, and even if the good name of the restaurant suffers for it, you won't see me shed no tears. You know why? Because it's the people who ultimately make this place. And more than anything else, it's a passion for cooking that I want to bring out. Truth be told, there's only one reason I'd send a man away, if he stopped wanting to be a culinarian. Of course, I doubt that's something I'll ever apply to you. In a short time you've been here, you've already proven yourself more than capable. And so long as you keep your nose to the stove, you're only going to get better. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're capable of, and tasting it for good measure. I should already have versions of these. New knife. How do? Been taking care of yourself? Remember, you ain't got your health, you ain't got nothing. Speaking of health, one of our lot ain't been normal as of late. Divin' Dove's her name, and she's having a bit of trouble letting go, judging by the grimace she's been wearing. I told the poor woman she should take better care of herself, but she barely leaves the kitchen for anything, which is probably how the problem came about. Now I come to think of it, any road, if it isn't sorted out, I'm worried she'll burst. Did you know what the pixie plum is? 'Tis a fruit what's native to Korthus, and just the thing to help solve Divin' Dove's problem. Trouble is, they're bitter as sin when fresh. Which is why plenty of chefs don't cook with the things. Of course, what they don't know is you can get rid of the bitterness by drying them. Better still, doing so brings out the natural sweetness without affecting their other properties, giving rise to a noble treat that is the dried plum. Yes, they also have some other qualities. Now, I would have made them myself, but we ain't got no plums at the moment, and I can very well leave my post to go and get them, so I needs you to do the procuring and making them in my stead. You can pick the plums in the wilds if you're fond of foraging. Failing that, take a gander at the market board in West Hawker's Alley. Oh, and once the dried plums are ready, see to that Divin' Dove eats them, would ya? And you might want to avoid letting on about whys and wherefores. Touchy subject and all that. Yeah. Plums have a different use. You want to give you my opinion for your handiwork? There's a reason why they are a staple of older people. I already have some. Well, my dodo won't need turning for a little while, so I suppose I can spare a moment. Let's go to the upper floor. Ooh, these are lovely. What kind of fruit did you say they were? Pixie plums? Well, I never. There isn't a hint of bitterness about them. The drying process rids them of that, you say? I had no idea. In truth, the only thing I did know about pixie plums is that they're a traditional remedy for... Now look here! We've barely exchanged 2 words since you joined this guild, and yet you're here being presumptuous. Look, Guildmaster said you needed to take a poop. I supplied you with laxatives to take a poop. That's what they do. That's what plums do. What? It was the Guildmaster's idea. Oh, gods. Has the man no decency? This is an outrageous invasion of my privacy. Unforgivable and strangely moving. As busy as I am, I'm not too busy as Master Lingseth, yet somehow he finds the time to look after his many charges while I can scarcely spare a moment to look after myself. I've been working so hard, but maybe the effort is not the answer. Also, maybe lower your cheese consumption. Perhaps I just need to relax a little. Thank you for the gift. I promise to take better care of myself in the future. Yes, this quest was literally to deliver a laxative. You're welcome. Food ain't always about what you eat. It's about getting rid of what you eat, too. Great timing. Just so happens I have a task for you that will test your ingenuity in the kitchen. Divin' Dove's looking a lot less tense thanks to your dried prunes, but she's still a bit on the pale side for my liking. Woman needs some red meat in her, if you ask me, and I want you to cook it. I have a nice big Edelgoat steak. She'd put some color back in her cheeks. Thing is, Divin' Dove don't care much for the meat. Edelgoat's tough as leather, you see, and it's got a pretty pungent flavor to boot. Highlanders are just about the only folk that enjoy it. Safe to say you'll need to do something about the texture and taste if you want Divin' Dove to eat your Edelgoat steak. Got all that? Good. Now run along, huh? Make sure it is medium rare in that the juices are sealed in. Fun fact, you can actually use mayonnaise to seal in the juices, and no, it won't taste like mayonnaise. Don't worry, if you're one of those people that's like, I don't like mayonnaise, or you're like, oh my gosh, mayonnaise on a steak, don't worry. It's just to seal the juices in. It won't taste like it when it's done. Relax. Okay, antelope steak. I need Edelgoat steak. There we go, Edelgoat steak. I need some garlic. I've got plenty of Edelgoat since I was out farming them for their hides. I also got meat. So we need a garlic, which I can just purchase here. Garlic. It's in here. There we go. I don't have any in my inventory right now, right? Nope. And the ones that I ate earlier weren't of high enough quality to count for this mission. Since they were gifted by an NPC. These need to actually be high quality going forward. Which you will not just find out in the wild. You must cook yourself. I made that. The Culinarian. Next rank unlocked. Wait, oh, I give it to her. My bad. You'd like my opinion on a dish? Very well. What do you have for me? Steak. Oh, is this what I think it is? If so, I must warn you that I'm not particularly fond of Edelgoat. My evaluation may not seem the most objective, but if you insist... My word, are you certain this is Edelgoat? It's not chewy in the slightest. You've done a fine job of tenderizing the meat, I must say. Also, cooking it for a long period of time helps too, so if you slow cook it, or a pressure cooker also works. That helps a lot as well. The wine also helps break down meat if you are the type of person to either use cooking wine or a beer, depending on how you want to break it down. Good old fun fact, a brisket is every person has their own brisket recipe. Do you use wine? Do you use beer? Do you use Coca-Cola? Yes, that's a thing. Mine is red wine. I use red wine for my brisket, typically. It's not chewy in the slightest. You've done a fine job of tenderizing the meat, I must say. What's more, I can scarce make out the pungent flavor. It remains to be sure, but it is somehow pleasant, almost delicious when complemented by garlic. Being rich in iron, Edelgoat is supposedly good for you, but its texture and taste leave a lot to be desired. Which is why I've always loathed the stuff. How ironic that you should choose me, of all people, to sample your... Wait a minute. This is another one of the Guildmaster's schemes to nurse me back to health, isn't it? You say that like it's a bad thing. Woman, free steak. Why, that interfering I said I would take better care of myself, didn't I? Apparently he thinks he knows better. Humph. At any rate, it does nothing to detract from your achievement. You've made me change my mind about Edelgoat, and that's no small coup. No chef in the native of Ul'dah would have gone to such lengths to make the meat appealing. They would have dismissed it as lowly fare, unworthy of their time. Ul'dah cuisine is quite a true product of life in the Sultanate, you see. Rife with pomp and pretense. I began my career there, but soon grew weary of all the charlatans masquerading as gourmets. To hear them speak, one would assume their gold leaf was an essential part of every meal. That's why I came to Limsa. And to thank the gods that I did, here the people's love of cuisine is simple and pure, and it shows in the dedication of the guild members. Not a day goes by that I did not count myself fortunate to have been given the opportunity to work alongside fine culinarians like you. There we go. Let's equip the new knife. And the next one won't open up till level 30, so I'll probably rank that up by doing more storm missions in my own time. So let's go back to... I want to say, was armor done? Or do I go into blacksmith now? I guess we'll find out when we go down there, since they're right next to each other. Ooh, it actually... Oh, I need to be level 40 for the next armor mission. Never mind. Yeah. In this one, I probably need to be the same. Alright, so those are probably done. I need fish for the fishing. Fish for the fishermen, you say? Is there anything else in Limsa, or I might be in my best interest to yeet myself back into the plot, if that is the case. Anything downstairs? Nope. Right. So let us find... Where's the MSQ? That is back in... no. Yeah, it's back in Ul'dah. At the Hall of Flames. I think in Gridania? I don't think so. Lanasi. These are just leaves. Oh, we could really quickly, before I do that, go to Embracing the Beast. I want to get some new abilities. That is a... Oh, did you already send me on a mission for this? I probably accepted it, but didn't finish it. Alright. Ul'dah it is! Actually, wait. Interrupted. It doesn't charge me until I go. Where's this located? Ah, this is over at the regular Ul'dah. Decisions. I'll go to this. I'll go to Embracing the Beast first, because I want my skills. Oh yeah, new axe too. As you can see, it's got a shiny bit of a glow when I run and walk. That's from the Cutter's Cry dungeon as well. The Leviathan of the Dunes saw the fearsome bugger not a week ago, preying on a group of merchants south of Bygrat Strike. The smart ones dropped their wares, turned tail and ran. The dumb ones, well, at least they can say they died rich. Yeah, I do remember him saying something about sending me over to the Ooh. I've seen the beast. Stands 3 mullims high, he does, and stirs up sandstorms with each writhe and wriggle. Oh right, we're hunting a sandworm. Showed up in my hunting field some years ago and has been swallowing up my would-be prey in that gaping maw of his ever since. Tribe of cat people. Sandworms are particularly sensitive to vibrations in the earth, such as those made by running. If you're looking to summon one of the beasts, then I suggest you search for their tracks, run about making as much of a clamor as possible. I would also suggest you seek a cure for your madness. Why would you deliberately summon a sandworm, he says. Oh wow, it's a ways. It's a ways away. We're gonna have to joke about it. Speaking of sandworms, there's a fate going on. Yeah, this is where you can mine bomb ash. You can get it from the actual bombs, or there is, if you're high enough level, a spot, I want to say it's over here, that you can mine it from. That's a miniature sandworms. I'm assuming I'm going for the big kahuna. But yeah, these are the enemies known as bombs. If you've never seen one before in a Final Fantasy, they just are kind of like glowing fireballs that can occasionally go kaboom on you. I want to carve one of these into a pumpkin one of these years. Like for Halloween. Haven't carved pumpkins for a couple years now. Doubt I'll be doing it this year, what with home life being what it is, but back at the apartment I couldn't carve anything like that because people would just steal your pumpkins. Because they'd steal everything. There it is! I did see one of my former neighbors that harassed me at my last place get arrested on the morning news, though, so there's that. That was first thing this morning. Forgot about that till just now. There we go. Big sandworm dead. But yeah, couldn't have so much as a welcome mat. No matter how crappy it was. Because, it would just get stolen. Yeah, that place sucked. Turn here for MSQ, since the other stuff's gonna send me back to Lanasi. Might as well get stuff done in Ul'dah first. The Masked Man? Ah, you came on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Minophilia, there's been a sighting of the rogue near about Eastern Thanalan. A brass blade stationed at the Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago, slain by a marauding horde of Qarn. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travelers. Folk are always coming and going, and some of them may as well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellow's always starved for customers, and I doubt he'd no doubt he'd welcome your attention, whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. At the Highbridge. That is a ways. Okay, is there anything else to do? Well, in Ul'dah first. Might as well make sure I'm up to snuff in other ways. So let us check out, what's this? That is Thaumaturge, that is Gladiator. Ul'dah. How about the Weaver's Guild? It doesn't show anything at the Weaver's Guild. Do I already have a quest open? I don't think so. All that it shows is Wyvern Obsidian that I have accepted. I need to go fetch that, and I don't know where it is. It might just not be available yet. Yeah, it's not. I need to be level 40. Alright, that one's done then. I need to make myself some flax or some wool. Korthus is gonna have wool that I can harvest to turn into woolen clothes. Next. Hello? Oh, I'm already wait. I'm in the wrong class. Let me check that again in the right class. Okay. Don't let me cook. Apparently, my brain is not awake. Goldsmith. Nope, Goldsmith is not ready yet. Alchemist. Alchemist is not ready yet. And I know that Miner's not ready yet because I'm currently still working on it. Right, that means we can head out to the Highbridge. To Camp Dry Barn. Need to go up to go out. Whoop. Bridge is over here. This is also where you get the Adel goat, by the way. If anybody's wondering, where do I get Adel goat? Here. You get it here. From the Meotragus nannies or billies. Some new missions, too. Oh, no, it's not working. My jaded scalp turns its nose up at the verbal potation. No hair growth, huh? You trusty adventurer, I need you to fetch something with all haste. Time is short, and the comb is a cruel mistress. Long have I feared this day would come, but I am ready. The Furbic tonic is dead. Long live the Snurble tonic. God damn, son. You know where to get such snurble blood, don't you? Snurble, you say? Wrong. You get snurble blood from Golden Fleece. Don't think about it. Just go to the Burning Wall and kill 5. Person dropped down behind me only to warp. Welcome to the Highbridge, adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hihibaru, can provide it, probably. You're after a masked man? I'm not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of my many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, huh? Masked men? I don't sell those. When the Order of Naldal began excavating the ruins below, I had high hopes that the Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub of pilgrims. But thanks to the nigh endless beastman raids, folk are too afraid to come within a malm of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I loathe to give up without making an earnest effort stick out. But if things are going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I must need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares, spend a bit of coin, and help a struggling merchant? The masked man? Bah, they'll take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants. If only we can recycle time? What do you mean? On the trail of a masked man? I've heard of him, but only in a hushed tone and faint whispers. It's said that he wears a black hooded robe and looks suspicious, and that's about all I can say, little though it is. There's another one down here. You mean for the hair growth? I have heard tell of the masked devil. It seems he's appeared not only around the Highbridge, but elsewhere around Thanaland too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more of a figment of the imagination, but little is known about him otherwise. Trying to think of something else. Curious Gorge, Fleece. There should be another thing I want to do too, which is... a new dungeon. Deliver it to someone at the Babbling Cork. Brave New Depths. Ah, this. I want to unlock this eventually too. Which is going to be not too far from here. So after I do this mission, I might head south really quick down to Ala Mhigo and get Brave New Depths opened up. So that I'll be able to run the dungeon in my own time. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking about. Folk have been giving the Highbridge a wide berth because of all the Qarn raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn of much use? Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The Qarn raids are so constant, so organized, we're beginning to suspect that someone is orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. Use 5 minutes to go somewhere, then after that, the 5 minutes is gone forever, so you can't reuse the 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, that... Yeah... If I had Hermione's little compass thing to turn back time, I would use it, but alas, time that is spent is time you can never get back. I've finally got some honest-to-goods information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own 2 eyes. I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business. Good way to say you probably weren't minding your own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from the cliff over at Thal's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find the masked man. Your masked man, I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. As if in answer, some Qarn appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I was afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had disappeared, an idea came to me. If you were to use the smoldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It'll be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. So what do you think? That's some sound, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well worth all that lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? Okay, he is gonna be up here. But there's also some more missions down here. Kind of a pain in the butt distance. There's a part of me that kind of wonders if I should just go to Thin Land, pop back up. I kind of want to get this dungeon unlocked. So even though it's really roundabout, I think we're going to come down here first. Unlock that. And then while I am waiting for my queue to pop, I can be doing side quests. It's gonna be over in these ruins. Never mind the golems, unless you need to hunt some for your hunter's log. I should be high enough level to enter it. It said 35. Welcome to the Sunken Temple of Qarn, or what remains of it at least, used by ancient Beladians as a place to worship the sun goddess, Azayama. Much about the temple's history remains shrouded in mystery. Whilst we have sent the research team into the depths, I regret to say that the investigation proceeds at a snail's pace. That is, when it proceeds at all. It would seem that the Beladians have rigged the temple with all manner of devious traps and snares to deter temple robbers, no doubt. We've recruited adventurers to assist in disarming the traps. Be it forewarned, many who have entered have yet to return. Should you wish to brave the depths, we would welcome your aid. Sunken Temple of Qarn is now available. Let us... Oh, that's actually lower level than the Cutter's Cry, really? Huh. Oh well, I'm gonna queue up for it anyway. So we can continue doing what we were doing before. Let's head back up to Camp Dryborn. Since queues are entirely dependent on other players, so I gotta wait for other people to join my request. It also changes the symbol next to my name. That means I'm queued in for a dungeon. Just to let other people know that you might be whisked away at a moment's notice. Average time is about 5 minutes. Like I said, at dungeon queues, they can take 5 minutes, they can take an hour, you never know. Okay, let's do the side quest first. Oh, furbles. These are part of my hunting log now. I don't need to kill furbles. He said the furble don't work, but... I need them for my own questing. I'd probably guess between 3 to 5. Furbles would be required. 3. Okay. That is a fate mission. Which is just optional side quest. They repeat every half hour or so. They're just for experience points. Why do I need the furballs? Some guy wants them for a quest to make a hair regrowth potion. Basically, Rogaine, or what was the other one? Keeps. You know about the quartz doblins? Didn't expect you to. They're only found in the most dangerous reaches of Thanalan. Type of goblin they are, just sorta crunchier. Oh yes, they eat crystals, you know. And round these parts there's a king's feast to be had. Make the doblins grow pure, clear quartz right in their bodies. Think you can get some for me? Clear quartz. We can use that to make glass. They grow clear quartz. Which means the things are literally walking glass manufactories. There's some golden fleece. Oh, it's a level 40 quest. That's why it took a while to unlock. Okay, I need 5 of these. Oh dear. We're taking a detour. My queue popped. They tend to do that in the middle of missions. my tank stance going. That should come to me. Okay, I remember this one needed us to remember something, like with the artifacts we pick up or whatever, but it's not necessary. If we get it wrong, it just unleashes monsters on us, which aren't too big of a struggle. Yeah, hum of might, this thing. Oop. Ooh, I remember. I gotta get the faces on the buttons. The enemies that look like faces, I gotta kill them literally in a specific spot. If you mess up, they respawn, but... yeah, this place is inspired off of Final Fantasy XII. And the boss at the end of it is going to be an enemy very specific to Final Fantasy XII. Yeah, I don't think I need to kill this one on a certain button yet. But later ones I'm going to, unless they changed it. Up thing. Territoire. I remember for this you have to stand on the buttons when you cast Doom, otherwise you will die instantaneously. So when you get a status effect, you need to go stand on a glowing button. Oh, that might be Doom. Yes, it is. Alright, this button glows. Get on the button. Doom is dispelled. Otherwise, you will just instantly die. Here goes again. Or maybe not. He got interrupted. Somebody interrupted him, which is fine. I don't know why my tank stance keeps getting turned off. I don't know if that's just a modern glitch or what. That is for thieves. I don't need it. This is lower level than me. I don't need it. Okay, this. I need to draw attention. Hello, pay attention to me. Over here. Guys, don't kill it before it gets to the button. Show some self-restraint. It'll get back up in a second, but... come to me! Come on! Get on the button! And when it dies on the button, which it's ever so slightly off. Dang it! Give it a second. Won't let me. Thank you. Come here! Come here! Oh my god! Yeah, even the team is typing in LOL in chat. Needs to, let me click on it. There we go. No! Oh my god! Why? Yeah, let tank claim it and then place the kill. It just takes a hot second. There we go. Okay, these ones gotta do the same thing. You know, I'm just gonna take the hit. Come here! Okay, that's one down. Come here! Come here! It's so painful to watch the statue landing in the wrong place like that. Yeah, how do you think it feels playing it? Sometimes party members can be just a little overeager. Do I need anything over here? Yeah, probably it has the other key. Okay, somebody already grabbed the key. We can continue onward with our actual journey and look at loot. What do we get for loot? Somebody just yet to claim that. I don't need it. I passed on that loot. So normally as tank you don't want to move around too much either, just because your DPS, its damage is based off of where it stands in relation to the enemy. You probably notice there's like a big circle underneath. I want to be standing at the front point, and DPS either wants to be standing to the sides or to the back, depending on class and depending on moves that they're using. So I tend to only move around as a tank if I need to genuinely get out of the way for big attacks. Big orange glowing attacks. Or if I need to get other enemies' attentions. Like that. Is there anything in here? I could have sworn there was like a treasure chest. I don't see it. Alright, next enemy, Golem. Go for the face. Looks like one enemy. 'Tis actually two. There we go. To expose the stone. Again, why does it keep turning off my tank stance? Hello, you're supposed to be paying attention to me. Provoke. Provoke. Thank you. Some medicinal shielding going here. Maybe because I'm on controller, whenever I attempt to oversoul, it is turning off my tank stance on accident. It's counting it as a double button press because of the Xbox controller. I'm not sure. I don't need this. It's worse than what I have. Oops. Nobody saw that. I didn't totally just whiff all the enemies, no! Aha, skeleton puns. Didn't know he'd be so brave without his guts. Because tank stance is normally something you just need to press once and not really forget about at the beginning of the dungeon, so I don't know why it keeps turning off. Like I said, it might be because of my controller. Come here! There we go. Stone pedestal. Forget if we need those or not. I don't think we do. Those just lead to additional treasure. Need it over here, please. Thank you. I'm just gonna take the hit. This might be a lot for our healer to handle. I'm just gonna go put a shield on. Okay, one is fruit and the other is gold, and if we mess it up, yeah, I think it's fire and fruit. And then do the center. And the door should open. Get the treasure coffers. If it messes up, it doesn't open the side doors to treasure, and it causes the more enemies to spawn. But you can still get in. So yeah, that is the boss from Final Fantasy XII. And other people have apparently already opened him for me. Thank you! I'm coming. Appear to be ready. Did I stun him? Yes. Those on the steps. Eventually he's going to summon more stuff, but that's mostly for the DPS to take care of. I'll get out of the way if it causes a casting line, like right there. Otherwise, it's not really for me to worry about. Yeah, those pins in the ground, they crisscross into light patterns that you want to get out of. You can have DPS destroy them, but it's optional. Yep, it is accidentally bumping my tank stance. But anyway, he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, and like yesterday, where the team didn't wait for me, it does give a little notification that somebody's watching a movie, which it's always... If you ignore that somebody's watching the movie, especially if they're a sprout, you're the asshole. What they did not wait for is for me to give them player commendations, but oh well. We get some Belladinian glass and a Boar's Bane. So the glass is for synthesis and you can only get it here. Everybody else has already left, but by the sounds of things, it sounds like I maybe got some player accommodations? No. I just got the treasure because nobody else wanted it. Alright. Let's get out of here. Duty complete. The little furballs will be here for me in the end. So I get new pants. I made myself pants only to immediately get new pants. Oh well. Pants are pants. This one is... yeah, it does have full coverage. Alas, I could not commend anybody else, because they were still a little too overeager. Let's focus on the one target, because I need some healing. Haha, warrior go burr. One more. Yeah, you tend to cycle through clothes pretty fast in this game. So you can always save the pieces that you like to build an actual comprehensive outfit, rather than what I'm currently doing, which is just wearing what I get. Because I'm swapping through it too fast. Also because having my look update with the journey kinda, I don't know, feels cool. What else is down in here that I might need? Quartz. These are also, these bird things. These are an enemy in Final Fantasy XII. Reborn has a lot of Final Fantasy III and a lot of Final Fantasy XII in it. Different expansions focus on other games as reference, but this one is primarily 3 and 12. Oop, the bird sees me. But it's fine, I play as a warrior, which means I have big damage and big self-heals. Sometimes while mining, you can find a baby one of these and have it as a pet. It's just a possible rare drop while mining. Right. Speaking of miner, I might check really quick, see what all's down here. That's a ways away. I might not be high enough level to mine stuff that is down here. Yeah, it's over 300 malms away. So chances are everything in here is 40 plus, 45 plus actually. I would be able to see it if it was 40 plus. But you can't even see it unless you're high enough levels, so. Whoop, back to warrior. I should also, my food wore off. It's been an hour. I should eat, let's eat some these meat kebabs. There we go. Skill, speed, vitality, and tenacity is all up, and I also get an experience boost. Clear some space in my inventory. Do you need to change outfits every time you do something different? Yes, technically. I have it set up so I don't need to change every piece individually, but because your gear is assigned to your primary weapon, some gear that is equipped has stats for things like strength and vitality or defense. While other things, if I swap over to like botanist for example, has gear for gathering as well as perception. So different gear is good for different things. If I had a mage character unlocked at the moment, there would be stuff for mage classes, so better intelligence, better magic defense, that kind of thing. So yes, I do technically have to change outfits every time that I change classes. Eventually, if you want to, you can go in and make some glamour plates. I don't have any constructed at the moment. To make it a little more universal, so you can change class while only changing what's in your hands, and the physical appearance of your character doesn't change every time, but... Also, these Disciples of Hand quests that I keep doing are actually optional. You don't have to do them. I'm doing them for plot and because I want to make my own gear in the future, but they aren't actually necessary. If you want to go through and only be one specific job, you can absolutely do that. Good hunting. Bag any clear quartz out there? Them's what I was after. Clear as God's piss, no offense intended, and it rings like a bell. The calamity's changed a lot of things around here, that's true enough, but it's still a treasure trove. You can't ask for much more as a miner. Right, quest done here. Let's see what else we got. Gotta return to the dude for his Rogaine update. Will it work this time? Are furballs the key to having luscious locks? Actually, for most men with male pattern balding, we find that low-dose testosterone supplements are the best cure for male pattern baldness at the moment. Not in the same dose or way as like steroids, just like a low dose. Just let your body know, hey, I still want hair on my head. Is this the end? I thought we would always have each other, my hair and I. Here's your Snarble blood. Snarble blood, you are a lifesaver. Now for the tonic. Uncork the sea pickles, mind the effluvia, add a whittle of this, a pizzle of that, and there! Don't stand on ceremony. Tick-tock, put your back into it and work my scalp. Gotta rub a scalp. We'll have it next. Find out on episode 17,443. You know, it's an MMO, so you say that, but... Ooh, feel that, my precious tresses? Papa's coming to save you. Once again, I'm in your debt. Now that we know each other better, I can reveal the truth. This hair keeps me alive. I feel a great, enervation of spirit whenever a strand is left from the comb. Surely that is proof enough. Did anything change, though? I don't know. I mean, it takes a while to grow in, so I guess we'll see. Onward to MSQ. Will the man ever get his hair back? I guess if all else fails, he can always do wigs. There's some really good wigs these days that look like a real head of hair. Some people get them even if they have decently looking hair these days, just because they want to have a different cut or style every now and again, without actually having to cut and style it every time. Ooh, I need the axe beak too for something. For my hunting log, there we go. You sense a hostile presence. My character does. Apparently I don't. Oh, there we go. Couldn't find you down there. Need some of these for the hunting log. Might as well multitask. Oh, I thought it was going to be done. Never mind. Need more axe beaks. There we go. Your hunting log still will give the experience towards quote-unquote Marauder, but it still counts towards Warrior. It just expected me to have these done sooner. But yeah, once you get a soul crystal, unless you change your class to something else completely different, which you can do, yeah, you're never going to take that soul crystal off. You're never going to have a moment where you need to go back into regular old Marauder. You're always going to stay as Warrior from here on out. The only time you would swap a crystal from its base class would be that some of the base classes can multi-transform. So if you start out as an Arcanist, for example, you would get a soul crystal for both, Scholar, which is a healer class, or Summoner, which is a DPS class, a magic DPS class. And you get to choose which one you want Arcanist to be. And it can be both. You can swap between them if you so choose. Back so soon? Were you able to find any clues leading to your masked man? The scroll. It bears a prayer to Rhalgar, the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Rhalgar is the deity of Ala Mhigo, which is currently under Garlean rule. It is highly common for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last skill that your assistant was Ala Mhigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I must confess, the merchant in my envies such a divisiveness of contacts. That self-same merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at the Highbridge? I got stuff to do, hee baru. The Ala Mhigan bandit you had a run-in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery. So it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head towards Little Ala Mhigo over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement was favored destination for the refugees who couldn't, well, adapt to life in Ul'dah. The hearts of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland that they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not-so-warm welcome. Now, I'm not certain how much help she will be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who was, relocated to Little Ala Mhigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. And while you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I'd hoped that you would linger here a while, cut some fiends, spend some coin, what have you, but something tells me you'll be destined for greater things. Whatever it is you end up, I wish you the best. Okay, so it's going to be back in southern Thanalan, so we can just warp because we've been here before. You want to keep your hair, but your mom cuts it because it's too long. Ooh, I do not agree with parents doing that to their kids. Your body is your body. You should be able to do what you want with it. My mom used to do the same thing with my hair, and so I'd eventually cut it off to spite her. Back when I was a kid. She was not happy. But at that point, what do? I mean, it's not like she can force it to grow back. Why yes, he borrows my father. He said what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him, but it's just that... Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I'm grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man. I'm afraid the description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have seen something. I would recommend you first speak with Gundebold, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you, though, that he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Who are you? State your business, and be quick about it. Looking for a masked villain, you say? And why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer to the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Begone. Get out. Quest complete. Friend, hear my plea. As you have no doubt observed, many poor souls in this camp suffer from afflictions most grievous. Indeed, it is to deter them succor that I have made this journey here from Ul'dah. And yet I fear my efforts thus far have been for naught. The residents are most distrustful of outsiders, particularly those hailing from Ul'dah. They look upon my medicine as if it were poison. Yeah, they don't believe in alchemy medicines. We were an adventurer such as yourself to deliver the elixir. Perhaps they would be willing to accept it. I have no one else to turn to. Would you go in my stead? It's kind of weird that they'd be distrustful of quote-unquote witchcraft when we live in a world that literally has magic. Even though your hair looks like a wild jungle to everyone. I mean, that's still your hair, though. It's up to you. Whether you want to have luscious, flowing locks that are well-conditioned, or you want to look like you just came from a kiss carnival, it's up to you. Kiss concert, I should say. My throat, it burns. Medicine, you say? I'd sooner drink sandworm piss than that old aunt's will. Well then, sometimes if you deny the medicine and you deny the treatment, there's nothing else I can do for you. I can't just magic it out of nothing, ironically enough. Well met, adventurer. I'm Giselbert. Ilbert, head of security here at Little Ala Mhigo. I heard that you had business with Gundebold. Knowing the bristly old bear, I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them, despite watching the place day and night. Yep, your body, your choice, even for hair. That's very true. If you tell me what's brought you here, might be as I can lend a hand? On the trail of the masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar. But I have men on the lookout for Amanesia to the south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they are likely to have seen it. I had a mind to take up each a cup from the sweet Thanalan tea, so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they may be all the more willing to tell you what they know. And also, hello, dear. I think they're upstairs. There's an upstairs to Ala Mhigo. Yeah, here it is. This little ramp up here. Ugh, can't breathe. Another phony elixir cooked up by those Ul'dah quacks. Be gone from my sight. They're called doctors. What is it, outsider? Come to mock us in our suffering? Go ahead and laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. That's what I think of your outsiders and your medicine. I'd rather die with dignity than owe my life to Ul'dah. Well, sometimes there's nothing you can do for people. I can make medicine, but it's up to the individual man to drink. If you want to die to spite me, I guess that's your choice. No luck, I see. Take heart, friend. You did what you could. Age-old wounds are not healed so easily, but I must not give up the cause. After giving the matter some thought, it has struck me that perhaps it is not me that the refugees so distrust, but rather the medicine itself. The Ala Mhigans are wary of outsiders, this is true, yet I suspect it is the thought of ingesting an alchemical concoction of Ul'dah that might frightens them most of all. I mean, medicine is medicine. I find it funny when people are like, I want more holistic medicine, and it's like, you do realize most medicine is still made with, like, holistic compounds. A native girl's wishful thinking, perhaps, but it's the only hope I have. There is a kindly old refugee by the name of Alphen, the only one thus far to accept my treatment. Might you speak with him and ask if there is any truth to my theory? I want things made out of herbs and tree bark and different rocks, and it's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but that's what most medicines are still made out of. Just better measured and better controlled in studies to get the perfect doses. Trying to see where the one would be. Maybe it's outside. I'm trying to search for the one over here. In Little Ala Mhigo. Maybe it's down by the crystal. I didn't see it down there, though. Hail there, young one. What brings you one as hale and hearty as yourself to this godforsaken place? Ah, Hihira, in my years I've seen many an outsider come and go, but none quite like that girl. I don't begrudge my countrymen for their judgments, of course. God knows they've seen Ul'dah at its worst. But it's clear even to my clouded eyes that the girl means well, that I can bring myself to scorn her good intentions. But forgive me, if you were asking about medicine, were you not? We Ala Mhigans aren't much for alchemy, but we've got our fair share of remedies passed down through the years. Steep the fruits of a sabotender in hot water, for instance, and you get a tea that'll soothe the worst of fevers. Call it an old man's hunch, but I have a feeling that even the most stubborn of my countrymen would gladly down a cup of cactus tea, even if it were the Ul'dah lass who did the brewing. Okay, still medicine then. Ooh, we're going out over here. Or not. We're going 2 locations. One's here, one's there. Who the hell's are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here, so leave me alone. Your tea? Well, ain't you considerate. My thanks, friend. What's that? A masked villain hiding among the refugees, like as not? My compatriots all live here, go about as though they've dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all I know, they're all up to no good. You there. Are you Amagia? No. Then carry on. Wow. Thanks. Got profiled as an aura. Ah, the sophisticated aroma. It's been here forever since I had a drop of sweet thanalan. I'm gonna enjoy this. What? A masked man? Don't know, don't care. Unless he's got dark scaly skin, stands 10 fulms tall, and has a face of a lizard, then I don't give a mummer's fart. Again, I feel profiled as an aura. Shoo shoo, don't bother me. If the Amagias overrun us, I'm blaming you. Your hydration, sir. Oh, for me, you shouldn't have. Sorry, a suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone fitting that description during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whatever it was, a man or not, what with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Ala Mhigans. I assume he was one of them. And back to camp. But first, cactus. Get some cacti flowers for meds. There we go. Sabotenders. Which I apparently also need for my hunting log. One more. There we go. I need your sweet fruit juice. A traditional Ala Mhigan remedy made from steeping the fruit of a sapo tender in hot water? Why, I had no idea. I owe Alphen my gratitude. One, two, 3 cups of cactus tea. Oh, I do hope I've not overbrewed this. Please, friend, deliver the tea to the suffering refugees. I just hope it has actual medicinal properties and isn't just a soother. My throat. You again. I told you I'd sooner drink. Here's your cactus piss. Is that cactus tea I smell? Well, stop dawdling and hand it over. Can't you see I'm suffering here? Ah, you're back. So did my outlook have aught to share with you? Doesn't sound like too much to go by. If you've got any further in your investigation, seems to be you'll need the cooperation of the Ala Mhigans. For this, you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy trick. Let's go with money. Yeah, these are only level 25 MSQ quests. So most of the stuff I get for equipment won't be that good anymore. So you're determined to press on with your investigation, then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without Ala Mhigan's trust, and the best way to get that trust is to get the compatriots of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking in Ul'dah, but Ala Mhigans are bound by something far stronger, if it not as tangible, a common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gundabad belongs to the Ala Mhigan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Don't see any around these parts. So let's deliver the medicine first. You tell the Ul'dah wench that I'll have none of her foul alchemy. And yet you drink cactus tea. And just like my dear mum used to brew it, I don't know what you came by this, but you're a godsend. I'll go to the grave before I get gulled by Ul'dah quackery. So, I'll go to the grave for illness, but I won't risk going to the grave by attempting to try medicine, even though I know I'm dying. Stubborn idiot. Old Alphon's recipe, no doubt. I'll drink it, but if the Ul'dah girl thinks a cup of tea can heal years of suffering, she'd best think again. Well, you won't let me do anything else, so it's the best I have. I can only help what you let me help with. They truly drank it? Oh, how I've waited for this day. Even I am not so foolish as to think I have earned the trust of all the refugees, but on the long road to peace and understanding, even the smallest step matters. It does. But sometimes there also reaches a point where you run out of small steps. I gotta go back to the Waking Sands! Okay, so what else do we got out here? That's in the Shroud. I don't think I have anything else in this area, do I? Just something I thought I would check on. To Wide Gully. Does it say where I can find it? Wyvern Obsidian. Difficulty. Doesn't. If I had to guess based off the name, it's probably up in Korthus. North Shroud, Central Thinland. Melding materia. I gotta meld materia before I move mix. Camp Dryborn leaves. Yeah, foot in the door. We'll just go to back to MSQ for now. Using our tickets. Welcome back. How fares the investigation? I see. Given all that they have suffered, it is little wonder that the Ala Mhigan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They have had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have any means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Ala Mhigans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. Would that more be done to ease their hardships, I fear that nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, it just so happens there's an Ala Mhigan native amongst the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you. Cannot equip gear to feet, so that is a no. Since it doubles as both legs and feet. Your Ala Mhigan comrade is named Highbridge. He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort towards that endeavor, I no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Highbridge is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area. Yeah, we actually have more down here, as well as more people that actually work with us. Biggs and Wedge are down here. Rianche is down here. If it isn't Bren, the Scion's rising star, there's aught I can do for you. You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Ala Mhigo. That is a daunting task, my friend, even for my own countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help, but I'm afraid my name no longer carries weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Ala Mhigan resistance, you see, but I left in favor of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Ala Mhigo. Yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades, and they'll have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the resistance, I know someone who does. Her name is Albreda, and she is the resident of Quarry Mill. Say my name when you meet her, and she won't lead you astray. Yep, you stole in the corner. As you have doubtless witnessed in your travels, the lands of Eorzea are grasping under the pall of a suffocating darkness. I must wonder if that darkness invites disaster, or simply that disaster has left such a gloom in its wake. One thing is for certain, now is not the time to relax our vigilance. Knowest thou the import of the broken staff within the Solar? It fell from the grasp of Archon Louisoix, the man who, in his abiding love for all Eorzeans, shielded us against the storm of the calamity. The stars wheel across the heavens, and the skies brighten once more. The survivors gather and ignite the fiery dawn to burn away the glowing shroud. Ah, but Destiny, thou art beautiful. walking ones from Ul'dah have not seen these ones before. This one knows. Still, must walking one make such screaming sound when seeing this one's face? This one could not get a wink of rest. Look, Naraxia, I realize that this makes no sense to you, but you must try to be more discreet. Years ago, a law was enacted in Ul'dah whereby... Oh, please just trust me and stay out of sight. Naraxia and I both wear a mask. We're going to get along famously, I just know it. That's one way to make a friend. Okay, where are we going? So I guess there's a law in Ul'dah that says beastman of no type can enter the city, I assume? Go down to the quarry mill. Bet there's some other stuff around here too. Huh? You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Huh? Why the hell should I do that? Just give me one reason. Highbridge sent you? Oh, that worthless whoreson. He abandons his comrades, his woman, and now he has the gall to ask me for a favor. Simply incredible. I realize Highbridge was only doing what he felt was right. He is a good man, and if he trusts you, then that's all that needs to be known. You see that bloke there? That's Mefred, the captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. Inventory's getting kind of full again. I am Mefred, a proud man of the Ala Mhigan Resistance. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Captain, it's Galleon, sir. His wounds have gone and festered and he's burning up. I don't think he's got much time. Gods damn it. I asked the villagers for aid, got on my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Galleon dies, his blood is on their hands. Did you refuse their medicine on account of calling their healers a quack? Those quarry mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Idlebrea. I fear my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realize we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. One of Mefred's in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I want to help, truly I do. They're my countrymen after all, but that'd mean going against the elemental's will. I've been at Quarry Mill long enough to know how right terrible the beings can be. I couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. Yeah, there's little, like, fairies that live here that look like different elements, and if you piss them off, they can cause an apocalypse. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the hamlet's resident healer. If you take the matter to her, might be she'll listen, though I won't get my hopes up. You wish to aid the Ala Mhigans. You are possessed of a kind heart, adventurer, but I'm afraid I've not the authority to grant you your wish. The authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelveswood. All outsiders, be they babes at the breast of man or grown, are judged of a night whether they may have a place beneath the boughs. Alas, the Ala Mhigan's petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have the leave to receive the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and so it shall be. Yeah, the elementals also choose who is allowed to live here and who is even allowed to come and go. They aren't as powerful as they used to be prior to the apocalypse, but yeah, they still get full say, unfortunately. That's how it be, then. The bloody healer might as well kill Galleon herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on the bloody will. I cannot wait for the resistance till the resistance is free of this place. I lend my men to the quarry mill, hoping to find refuge. Instead, we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here wanted us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is, some of mine ain't fit to travel. Hells, Galleon can't even stand. As you well know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I have no choice but to turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is traditionally a remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd forever be in your debt. So apparently I'm allowed to go get the horns, though, since I've been accepted by the elementals, it seems. Especially if you started out here. When you created your character. But they might not be allowed to hunt the antelope, lest the elementals and also the other residents get pissy. All that one lady did was go fishing, and one popped up behind her. Lobbed a fireball at her for having the audacity to fish in the river. And she lived there. So to say that the elementals can be aught pissy is an understatement. Ah, you're back. Tell me you got the 4 horns with you. You're a godsend, adventurer. Praise Ralgar, there's at least one person in this place who gives a damn. Now we just need to find a way to prepare them. Wouldn't happen to know of a man named Buscarin, would you? Some comrades of mine told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he's likely to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could take the horns to him and have them ground down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Pharamond here. Godspeed. That is an interesting chocobo outfit. Butterfly wings for the tail. Since you can dress up your chocobo. Once I get higher in rank, like I did at the very beginning of stream, I'll be able to get my chocobo new outfits too. Oh dear. That person died in combat, but I don't have any raises, so sorry. I'm not a white mage. I can't help you. Return to town. Respawn back to the crystal. It sucks, but you have to do it. I don't have any Phoenix Downs or anything either. Ah, I have a recite for sore eyes. How fares the adventuring? Rolling in coin like there's no tomorrow, I doubt. I mean, I have 200,000 gil, so technically yes. You got something to show me? Well, these look like old antelope horns. Need them ground down to make a medicine, you say? Here's a better idea. I'll give you some of the stuff I have in my stores. I am no stranger to the remedy. An Ala Mhigan friend once used to treat my festering wound years ago. Safe to say he saved my life. What's that? This is for an Ala Mhigan soldier in the quarry mill? Ah, so it comes full circle. Well, I hope it helps the poor sod as he needs it. Oh, and don't worry your little head about the payment. I owe you a great deal more than you owe me, I reckon. You're a good dude, Buscarin. Oop, damn it, I was on my... I didn't hear the whistle go off. So I didn't think I boarded my chocobo. I was looking at the wrong part of the screen. Yeah, dude's probably just AFK. Got himself killed and was probably like, screw it, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm getting a sandwich. Ain't nothing that can hurt you if you're already dead. So to be fair, when you, if you do die, you can respawn at a, one of the big crystals. Whatever one you set as your home point. That's the purpose of setting these crystals as your home point. If you die, you return to that particular one. So if I die, my home point is still set at Limsa. So if I was to die, I would spawn at one of these Aetherites, but specifically, I would spawn at the Limsa one. You can change it to whatever, depending on where you think you're going to be the most. It is well to see that you've returned. Have you the medicine for our brother? God's bless you, adventurer. I'll see that the galleon receives the treatment at once. Hopefully this will allow the captain to rest easier. It has been a terrible burden on him, trying to keep every man alive. You've done us a great kindness, friend. Adventurer, Galleon has gone missing. He's nowhere to be found. He shouldn't be walking about, not with those wounds. If he doesn't get the proper medicine and rest, his condition is likely to deteriorate to where it was before, or worse. We need you to help us find him, and quickly. Start by asking Edelbrea. She might be the woman has seen something. Ah, finally. It's about time you came asking about Galleon. I watched him leave Quarry Mills some time ago, and he's left me the sealed letter after he went off. Made me swear not to open it until someone came asking. My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. That is why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Ala Mhigo. Blast it. Would that I known that he was thinking, I would have stopped this folly myself. The love Galleon bears for his brothers is so strong, he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake, entering the wood on his weakened state is suicide. Out in the wilds alone? That fool. That great big sentimental fool. My men and I will scour the wood for Galleon. Please help us find him before something terrible happens. This is over near Poacher's camp. Oh, he's alive. Watch out, a goblin. Oh no, not a goblin. Tiny man with tiny stick. Half my level. Galleon. Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. Who do you take us for? We're Ala Mhigans, and Ala Mhigans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, goddammit. The oath to reclaim our homeland. We set foot in Little Ala Mhigan soil again together. Or not at all. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. Let us return to our brothers. And don't even think about getting off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing you wish you didn't find you. I can thank you enough for saving Galleon. I will see you back at the quarry mill. And return again. Galleon's expected to make a full recovery. Will linger heal till he's strong enough to take the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers. It says it's slightly better, but I don't trust it. I probably should have trusted it. Mine's level 20. I don't know. Mine might have better stats, though, overall, since it's technically from a dungeon. Dungeon gear, even though it's technically a lower level, tends to have better stats. Now that things are relatively settled, it seems to recall you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask me anything and it's yours, as long as it's mine to give. The cooperation of the people of Little Ala Mhigo, that's all? Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well. I provide you with a letter to Gundabold. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He is intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt that he will also do all in his power to aid you. Now, yes. I gotta go back to Little Ala Mhigo, don't I? Yeah, I do. But there was stuff over at the North Shroud that I was still working on. So I'm actually going to go over there first. Detour! Oh dear. Oh, I'm in the trees! I'm like, what happened? What's wrong wrong with my stream? The camera's in the tree. I gotta get my camera out of the tree. Oh, it seemed your efforts were a success. My wife's associate just stopped by a moment ago. Seems he wanted to express his gratitude in person. Downed a pint of ale and dashed right off to his room, where he's sleeping quite soundly, if he's rather conspicuous snoring is any guide. Ah, the comforts of life on the road. I already have these. Bloody souse, that's what I always say. If you can't hold your liquor, stick to tea. I'm sorry. Did you have something for me? The key you lost. I've been searching everywhere for that key. You're a godsend, friend. Trust me, you don't want to know where I found it. You must forgive. These rumors as of late of a suspicious masked man in these parts, and they've got both me and my customers on edge. Anyway, thanks to you, that ale-swilling fool can sleep soundly in his bed tonight. You do well to find safe lodgings as well, friend. Nope. Just mun. You see that painting over there? Well, of course you can't. It's covered in a fortnight's worth of dust thanks to my do-nothing employees. I dust them right off myself, but I reckon the sluggards would better learn their lesson if they saw a customer like yourself doing the deed. What do you say? A few swishes of this chocobo duster should do the trick, and I'll make it worth your while. The customers aren't meant to clean the inn. Hire people. In all truth, friend, I would like nothing more than return home to Ul'dah, where my loving wife awaits. That is, were it not for a small, complicating matter. My wares, you see, were stolen from me by the positively frightful band of Qarn thieves encamped to the south. Why, were I to return home empty-handed, my wife's wrath could make the calamity look like a minor brush fire. No, I fear I have no choice but to prolong my stay. It's one thing if it's like an Airbnb, like, to them it wasn't even like super-duper clean the place. It was more along the lines of like, hey, don't leave dirty dishes in the sink, and don't trash the place and leave it a right mess every single time. That makes sense. A hotel like this that you live in and run, you can hire people to clean it. Thanks, friend. If only my employees shared the love of fine art that you do, huh? The painting upstairs especially, don't ask me why, but the lonesome figure standing there, gazing off into the distance, I'm not usually the sentimental type, but it stirs something inside of me. Is he wistfully remembering adventures of long past, or steeling his nerves for a battle to come? Sadly, what with the artist's identity a mystery, we might never know. Just look at the time, whatever's keeping her. My apologies, friend, you've caught me in a fretful humor. A young girl has reserved a room with me for tonight, and she's nowhere to be found. There's ill rumors around these parts of late, try as I might. I can't help but fear the worst. Might you be so kind as to go check if she's well? She's your bed partner for the night. Maybe you check and see if she's well. Doggone it. That's what I get for paying attention to the map and not my actual chocobo where it's headed. New enemies for the hunting log. Oh my gosh. Everything hates me. Probably get bomb ash from these too. Yep, you can. Thank you, friend. Well, I thought I was done for. One moment. I was standing here enjoying the scenery while my chocobo enjoyed a much-deserved nap, and then next... It sends shivers down my spine just to recall it. Any road, please thank the innkeep for his concern, and tell him I will be on my way as soon as my bird awakes. How do you sleep through all that, floofball? Also, most birds sleep standing up, so it's kind of funny that chocobos actually lay down. Gosh, there's all kinds of hunting log stuff down in here. And I am gonna run out of inventory space very, very soon. There's another one over there. There's two over there. More? Really? There we go. They won't even bother with me at this level. They're like, nope, you can take it back. We're not gonna mess with that. Level 44? Nope, we're good. God, at this rate, if I reach level 50, I might just take on another class. Which level are you in? What do you mean? Like, which area? I'm in Gridania. I'm in the North Shroud. The girl's safe? Thank you, friend. Those are the best tidings I've received all day. In here, I'd fear the worst. Why, if she'd ended up in the clutches of that mast... But I mustn't think such ill thoughts. Now, if you excuse me, I'd better get back to work. Something tells me the girl will be needing a warm bed and a hot meal more than ever. Oh, woe is me. A merchant without his wares is worth a lump of upu dung. How can I ever show my face to my dearest wife again? I'm worth not but monkey poop. Which, depending on... by the number... the area I'm in is like a level 30-ish area, 25 to 30. But I'm level 44, so I'm kind of breezing through it. My wares! Where did you find them? The curing camp. Exactly as I told you? Preposterous. Why did you think you'd actually, That is to say, I'm in your debt once again, friend. Thanks to you, I can at last long return to Old Isle, where my loving wife awaits. Then again, there are nasty rumors going around as of late. A masked man, was it? Indeed, the road may not yet be safe. Though it pains me to do so, I fear I've no recourse but to sojourn here a while longer. So, yeah. A Realm Reborn, the earlier expansions of Final Fantasy XIV, if you notice the reason why I'm like level 44 in like level 25 to 30 areas, that's because you get way more experience for completing quests here now, because they are kind of trying to fast track you through some of this as much as possible. And that is so that you can further get to the later expansions to actually play with people. So you don't have to waste time like leveling up and stuff anymore, since there's so many other expansions that are already out. I'm still currently in the first one, but I want to say there's like, God, 5 other expansions? One more is going to be coming out next year, so they want people to be able to experience the new content, so they kind of put an experience boost at the beginning levels of the game, just to get you up there a little faster, so you don't dilly-dally in the old stuff. I dare say you're more reliable than the rest of my hired help put together. For better or worse, this means I've another job for you. I've got 3 basket lunches here that need delivering to the Finder's Bluff. After the last adventurer scarfed down 3 boxes on his own and ran off without paying his tab, I need someone I can trust. Let's see. Where does it want me? It wants me off this way and this way. So head right. This is going to be up by Korthus, which I don't need to go to yet. Technically, I will need to get some enemies and stuff there, which I already did. As a wood whaler, it's my sworn duty to protect my nation from the Ixal, yet as a Gradanian, it pains me to see the trees around me wither and die whilst we are fighting battles. Should hares have grown destructive of late, gnawing away trees and ripping shrubs to the ground, yet we cannot very well let the birdmen stay their spears while we hunt oversized slugs, can we? And so I turn to you, adventurer. Pour this week-old ale over the scarred trees, and the culprit should be along in short order. You would bring the wood much succor if you could put them down. So a lot of these quests, like if it's just a golden quest like this, it's completely optional. You don't have to do it, but I'm doing it for the story. If it's a blue one, it unlocks something, and if it has the kind of like fiery symbol to it, that's a main story quest, and that gets you through actual plot. The phrase that came in the Calamity's wake has rendered Korthus nigh inhospitable. Many of the creatures that once made their home there have been forced to migrate lest they starve. Some arrive at our doorstep with naught else but their mind to feed, the worst of the beasts of the jackals, who've been spotted not far from this very spire. Adventurer, we call upon your skill to dispatch these beasts before they make a meal of some unguarded traveler. This fetid dodo meat will serve admirably as bait. Get some ale. So yeah, this is a mostly 20-30 area, though there are some spots I think that have 40, level 40 enemies. There we go. Ale. Get down here. Be something else too. I bet it's below me. I can't. Yes, it is. Okay, so something else is up here. Let's get the other tree first. Then we'll go down below. And if you're high enough level, enemies just ignore you unless you confront them first. Seeing as in terms of level, I really should be in Korthus right about now, but we are doing all the side quests, so a tad behind. This is gonna wipe out my health, but YOLO! Oh, wait, I landed on the thing, never mind. This works. Basically, when enemies see your level, it's just like, hell no, I'm not fighting you. Yep, exactly. Now if I go up to Korthus, which is just north of here, everything is in its 40s, so everything is gonna come from my cheeks. I won't be able to just stand in front of enemies like this and go beak to beak and go, hey, hey, sup, how's it going? I won't be able to do that. Everything's gonna come from my head the moment it sees me. But since I'm further along, they pretty much leave me alone. It's above me, isn't it? Yeah. It is. I gotta find a way up top. Alright, let's see. How do I get up there again? There should be... It's so hard to tell in the dark, but I can't adjust for time in this game because time for me is time for everyone. There we go. This path. It's an MMO, so everybody gets the same day-night cycle. You can't adjust it. Digging for gold day and night sure works up an appetite. It's time for breakfast yet. Oh, Master Loon Specialty Basket Lunches. Well now, don't mind if I do. Ah, my tummy will not stop rumbling. Tummy, I command you, cease your rumbling. Me every other stream. From Ireland, you say. My tummy and I are much obliged. Bloody hog of an adventure, stealing the food of honest working men. Are my eyes to be believed? Thank you, friend. It's good to know that some adventurers can still be trusted. Pray help me, friend. I've run clean out of lantern fuel, and I'm afraid we won't make it long past sundown. I've not tried it myself, but I've heard you can fashion makeshift lanterns by stealing those flying balloons inside these here lamps. Of course, it might take some coercing before it goes in, if you know what I mean. It could also blow up in your face. But yeah, they used to use, these bomb enemies as lanterns in Crystal Chronicles. It's a cute little nod. Weaken and then capture them. Dum-dum, you can't kill it. It won't shine a light on anything if it's dead. Gotta do the Pokemon thing. Lamp. Get the box. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, I got out of the way just in time. That one's in use, that's why. Needs the empty one. There's one character that gets mad, but the only thing that calms them down is food. What, you mean in Final Fantasy, or...? You're able to fashion some lamps for me, friend. Yeah, just be very careful. They have a penchant to go boom. You're a godsend. Thanks to you, I'll be digging long past sundown tonight. Them's gold in their hills, hi-ho. Mayhap you can help me again, friend. I've got eyes on a new set of veins, but... Or if these legs of mine aren't quite long enough to get me there. Might you be so kind to set these ladders up for me? I do it myself, but these parts have been terribly dangerous of late. Setting up ladders? At least they're along easy to reach paths. Where's the last one, though? Except for that one. That one kind of sucks. Boop. I gotta get back up there somehow. It's too tall. I ironically place ladders, but I cannot use them myself. I get to go the long way around. One of these should have the hole. There we go. There we go. There's the sun. I can finally see what I'm doing again. That's another reason I'm not a fan of OLED screens. I know they have much better quality, but they have so much deeper blacks in the colors, and it's like, yeah, and I can't see jack shit as a result. Truly, you've done me well again. What with all the nasty critters lurking about, I could never have done the job myself. I know not what manner of ore lies in wait, but mark my words, one day I'll strike it rich and leave this place behind for good. I mean, I guess I'd rather have an OLED than a QLED, but still. I just have a regular LED. Because it's old. This is a different fate mission. I'm just gonna ignore that. Yeah, the golem fragments are for this mission. You kill golems or pick up fragments and bring it back to the spot, similar to capture the flag. I'm not gonna be doing that because I'm way over leveled for it anyway. I don't get anything out of it. That's... Fates are if you're struggling to level for whatever reason. They can help give you a little boost of experience better than just killing enemies. But I do not need to do that because I'm high enough level that is. Think, adventurer. I can battle the Ixal with a clear conscience now, knowing that the likes of you and your friends are in the forest. Florentil, whose name the spire bears, was once the greatest heroes from the time of Gridania's founding. His martial exploits were exceeded only by his love for the forest. And his love for Eugenia, the namesake of our sister spire. Ah, do such tales of yore not set your heart aflutter? As you have proven yourself a capable ally, I would entrust to you a task more ambitious than slaying of hares. Mayhap you have encountered courageous constructs of living stone in these parts. They emerged from the sundered landscapes in the wake of the calamity, and their numbers have only burgeoned henceforth. For each one we slay, another rises to the surface to take its place. My comrades and I are at wit end. It's clear that we must take this battle to the source. There's a researcher by the name of Yorn Epocan who frequents the bobbing cork at the Fallgourd float. I suspect she might be able to shed some light on the matter. Take this sealing vessel and capture the living soul stone of one of the golems. Mind you, you will have to weaken the brute first. Deliver the soul stone to Yam Epocan and see if she can ascertain the golem's origin. Ah, we are most grateful. The kind of situation would not have risen were the calamity come and made of Korthus nigh uninhabitable to its local fauna. Within their water hoarded its vaults of ice, and the herbage held under the snow, their larger beasts have become positively infernal in their need to survive. Take heed if you go northbound, for I know that you are riding into battle. Basically, Korthus much higher level. Which is no big deal to me, but... we still are not ready for that yet based off of mission availability, so we're gonna leave Korthus to its own devices until we get there via the story. Sorry, Chocobo, but we got things to do. Pumice golems, there we go. A little bit chunkier. Okay, inventory. Excuse you. And she is where? She looks like she's going to be back at the Altar Springs. Which is where I'm going for other things, unless that's the wrong one. Living Soul Stone. Yeah, it is. Alright. I can do both at the same time. I can also be really lazy and spend 100 gil. Aluin's famous basket lunches hit the spot, huh? I thought as much. The prospectors at Finder's Bluff aren't just digging for personal fortune, you know. Each ounce of gold helps this region thrive and prosper. I'm happy to return the favor. You've gone above and beyond for me, and for this you have my thanks. Next time you fancy an ale, a tale, or just a respite from the road, know that there's always a place for you here at the Bobbing Cork. Yom Epicon? Why, that's me. At least, that's who I think I am. Did you need something from me? Goodness Polems. I fear I'm not familiar with them. Oh, pumice golems, on the other hand. Renane has told me about them. Let us see what you've brought me now. Oh, I can feel it pulsing with energy. You've certainly found a live one, haven't you? I must begin my analysis straight away. Now, where did I put my glasses? Yeah, basically that soul stone is their body and they just create rocks around it. So with that, we seem to have cleared out, for the most part, the North Shroud. So eventually stuff will pop up in here, later level. Eventually there's going to be stuff in Corthus. We can deliver chamomile. Let's go to Gridania. For botanist. Let's also turn... Okay, the sound is on. For my phone. In case I need to go eventually. Not for a while, I hope. Let us go to... Botanist Guild, because I have the chamomile. While we're here... So, Fufucha has you harvesting chamomile as well, does she? Return here when you've 15 sprigs and I'll add them to the pile. While you harvest, I shall ponder how the 7 hills I'm supposed to skip them all. Ship them all. Chocobo, probably? You can dry chamomile. 13, 14, 15. Aye, precisely 15 sprigs of chamomile. Nice thanks, friend. Ah, the distinct aroma. There's nothing like chamomile tea to calm the nerves. It's a perfect way to end the day, I reckon. Now all I have to do is wait for the fellow harvesters to bring the rest, pack the lot, and drag it into the airship landing. I expect I will have earned a cup or two of tea when that's done, though I rather suspect it will be the very last thing I fancy. Yeah, when you spend time working in certain things that you're farming, you get kinda sick of it. I don't know if Fuchacha mentioned, but this batch is bound for Ul'dah. It would seem the lords and ladies there have developed a taste for chamomile tea. Developed a taste, I said, but it's not like they drink it just to impress their neighbors. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if each cup was served on a golden saucer. Ah, but there I go, spout my old prejudices. It's a bad Gridanian habit, I know. Sooner or later, I'll have to get rid of it. Don't want a visiting Ul'dah to splash hot tea in my face now, do I? They kinda don't respect anything, where it comes from, how it's made, etc. So, no, you can keep that, actually. There's a difference between prejudice based off of someone's default characteristics versus how they behave. Especially if it's negatively towards you. I fear we have a situation on our hands. The guild's crop of alligator pears has been ravaged by vermin, and scarcely a day before the fruit was due to be picked. It's disheartening to see our labors come to naught, but such is the way of nature. Alas, our woes do not end there. In a fine example of ill timing, no sooner had the disaster come to light than we received an unusually large order for, yes, alligator pears from the Qarn canopy. Yet all hope is not lost, for the fruit also grows in the wild. We need but find enough to fulfill the order, 15 to be precise. That's going to be over at Costa del Sol. Our man Solix has charged us with keeping track of such a procedure as may be harvested by the Twelveswood. He spends most of his days around the benchmark meadows this time of year. If there's an alligator pears out there, he will know where to find them. Pray seek him out, and do as he directs. I harvested some, but I don't think I harvested enough. I harvested maybe 1 or 2. Just to get them logged. Let's also go to the marketplace because, oh my gosh. My poor inventory. That's not where I meant to go. First things first. I literally have 1 space left in my inventory and then it won't let me carry anything else. I need to put things away. Right. Paint. Let's paint. Let's get rid of things. I don't need paint. We'll probably sell that later. We'll probably sell this later. Hold on to that. Don't need it yet. Gonna sell that later because I don't like yellow. I don't know what this is about. I'm guessing I can probably make something out of this, but I can also turn it in for guild stuff. I can get rid of the chamomile now. Don't really need to carry it around with me. Same with the effervescent water. Same with the fang. I probably actually have more than 1 Gooby fangs. I would guess wolf fang, Gooby fang. No, I don't. Weirdly enough. I don't need the Silex for now. Some of these I use, and some of them I don't. Immediately, I should say. Some I use immediately, and a lot I do not. The Heliodor, I don't need to. Oops, I don't need to hang on to the Heliodor. When I need it, I'll come get it. I'm using the flax. I'm using the fleece. I'm using all of these. The meats I can eventually cook into something to get rid of. Like, I don't need to hang on to the olives. I don't need to hang on to the potatoes. And with that, my retainer's full. Ta-da! Eventually, I'm gonna need another retainer. But this is also why I'm, like, eating food, is to get it just the heck out of my inventory. So, let's see if she has any of my pears. Ooh, I have enough alligator pears! Nice! Alright, gimme. Does it count? Oh, I gotta talk to the guy first. But anyway, yeah. We have alligator pears, aka avocados. So where am I going? Soft Branch, Meadows. It's over by the big... No, that's at Central Shroud. It wants me to go all the way out to... Alright. If you say so. I was gonna say I don't have my sneak activated, but it activated as soon as I left. Ooh, let's also eat some stuff. Not the pears, but other things. There we go. We're good for another. Good for another hour. And it cleared up a spot. Fancy that. Experience boost, go burr. Looking for alligator pears? I have heard the unfortunate tidings, yet all we can do is take it on the chin and cope as best we can. I recommend you surf northeast of Quarry Mill. Wild alligator pears grow there, and we were doing well when I last passed through. Barring pests, they should be ripe enough for picking right about now. Oh, and just so you know, the place you're going is no different from any other untamed corner of the Twelveswood, by which I mean it's full of nasties. Botanists like myself avoid the area if we can help it, but it should be a walk through a flower garden for an adventurer like you. Now, you'd best be on your way. Those alligator pears aren't going to pick themselves. But I already have them. I must bring them back to Fufucha. How is Onkai Star Rail so far? Pretty good. I don't typically do it immediately after it updates, though, just because since my internet is a little crappy. If I attempt to play something like Honkai or Genshin immediately after they update with the full servers, I just get the worst connections, so I tend to give it a few days. Otherwise, I'm just constantly being booted or having major lag. So I did update the game, but I won't be popping in for probably at least another day or so. Also because, like I said, Fridays are kind of unpredictable for me. I never know if I have until 2 o'clock or if I have until 7 o'clock. You never know on Friday, so I tend to not do games where I have to wrap it up quite as fast. Something like Genshin, you can get stuck in a really long story quest and not be able to leave. Whereas something like this, I can pick it up and put it down at any time. It's a very different sort of way it's played, I guess. Genshin and Honkai both, you really have to devote like a minimum of 2 hours every time, whereas this, I can devote a half hour and still get stuff accomplished. I trust you know where the alligator's pairs are found in nature. Please hurry. I would not have you keep our client waiting. Alligator pairs, and just in the nick of time, you have spared me Mune's wrath. Those look more like acorn squash, actually, now that I see them up close. Unless you misunderstand, Muni is a reasonable woman, ordinarily. It is just that this much rests on the fruit's availability. Alligator pears are to form the centerpiece of a new dish of hers, you see, a hearty salad, which she has been promoting fervently to adventures far and wide. I mean, avocados do go okay in salad. Mune would not have been pleased had her plans gone awry, but owing to your efforts she can keep her promise, and we our good reputation. My profoundest thanks. I trust you have learned a valuable lesson from this episode, namely that we must not take nature's bounty for granted. As I taught you when you first came to us, nature is an unsentimental creature. She may provide for us our every need today, only take it all away on the morrow. Those who would walk the path of botany must come to terms with this fact, and the sooner the better. For should your labors prove fruitless, they should frequently, no amount of brooding will avail you. At such times, one must remember that for all her seemingly cruelty, nature is not our enemy. She simply is. If you would become intimate with her and partake in her bounty, you must learn to accept her unconditionally. Yep. These are better. I'm gonna take the glasses. Or the goggles. Finally, something that I think might not be a weird half and half. Control and perception. No, it's a weird half and half still. Don't know how I feel about that. Because control is for disciples of hand, while perception can be for gathering. You could have come at a better time. A dear friend of mine has found herself in a predicament, and is in dire need of a botanist's aid. Normally I would not trouble you with a request of such personal nature. This task, however, should serve you nicely in your training. A contingent of the God's Quiver has just returned victorious from a hard-fought battle with the Ixal, and my culinarian friend Yanni has been tasked with overseeing a feast befitting the occasion. Occasionally she is suffering an untimely shortage of a key ingredient. I would ask you to harvest 12 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetation northeast of Little Ala Mhigo and southern Thanalan. Then bring them to me for inspection. I might already have those, I don't know. I did some harvesting around that area, but whether or not I have laurels remains to be seen. Alright. Can put our pears away. Can I please? There we go. Pears. Let's see if any of these are laurels. Parsley, spinach, artichoke, mint, majorum, thyme, mugwort. I don't know if I have any laurels. There's a lot of crafting going around in this room. I might not have harvested laurels. Parsnip. Just in case what I'm thinking of is different. No, I don't think I... Oh, maybe. Belladonna, chamomile, mistletoe. 2 different types of mistletoe. Ginseng, lavender, carnations. Nope, I don't think I have any laurels. Alright, I'll keep that in mind when I'm back over there. Which I eventually probably will be. Okay. Let's also check on a few other... Since I got these slightly higher level, their next quests might be available. Which will give me better gear, which in turn will make it easier to get crafting done for everybody. Oh, wait. It's showing it as ongoing. That's weird. This is the Leather Workers Guild, right? Why are you... It shows it not as a new quest, but an ongoing one. Prepare a circle of high-quality toad leather. Oh, weird. Why is it not in the quest log, though? Oh, it is. I'm just dumb. Alright, toad leather. We got toad leather, I think. Yeah, we do. Got those in the same place I got the alligator pears, so we should have toad leather. That is so much bigger than I thought it would be, but then again, so are the toads. Ah, this'll do nicely. You clearly understand the unique properties of toad skin and how best to harness them. This leather is sturdy, flexible, and completely free of unpleasant odors. But there is one thing left to do. I want you to take this toad leather, march down to Caroline Canopy, and shove it in Almir's face. Show the impertinent fool what real Fenyi quality looks like. Scourged leather. Yeah, it's gonna be in the other half of Gridania. Which I get to walk. Here's your toad skin. Just slam it down on the table. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Shame on Philneal and their vainglorious claims. How could anyone call this rubbish toad leather? Well, don't order bootleg products then. About time one of you charlatans showed up. What is this? More toad leather? I demand a full refund, not more of your... Wait, this is... By the 12, I've never seen such exquisite toad leather. This would make an excellent belter bag. Am I understand that you are a producer of Fenniel goods, and you bring this to me by special order of the legendary Geva herself? What in the world is the meaning of this? You bought bootleg. I am most terribly sorry. When the merchant told me it was Gridanian leather, I naturally assumed that this meant Angabortha was somehow affiliated with Fenniel. I should have known it was too good to be true. A fraction of the time, a fraction of the price, he said. Well, I certainly got what I paid for. I mean, I'd never even heard of Angabortha before, but everyone knows that Gridania is famous for. No more excuses. It's my responsibility as a merchant to evaluate the supplier, and my own damn fault that I purchased an inferior product. Reputation is everything in this world, and I fear I've unjustly besmirched your guilds. And yet, despite all that, the great Geva saw fit to give me this exquisite leather. Well, I too have a reputation to uphold. This gesture cannot go unanswered. Where am I at right now in the game? You mean Honkai? I just finished 1.2. So I have not even started 1.3 yet. Excellent work. That bastard Amar felt so appallingly guilty he rushed over here to beg my forgiveness in person. I have witnessed some groveling in my time, but it was a truly masterful display. Bowing, stuttering, sniveling, it had it all. Oh, I wish you'd seen it. A proud old Don merchant humbled by a circle of toad leather. You improved more than I thought. Now all we have to do is find out who's making the Angerbroth Dross. Our contrite friend said he'd been told it was a new Gridanian brand, but no one here has heard of it. New Gridanian brand. It's obvious they meant to capitalize on our good name. I'd like to meet the man who made this toad leather. Actually, should you happen to cross him on your travels, I'd consider it a personal favor if you would flay the skin from his back and make a pair of soles so that I can grind him into the dirt every single day. I quote Lion King, "You'd make a very handsome throw rug. And just think, every time he gets dirty, you can take him out and beat him." There you are, just the leather worker I was looking for. Well, one of several I would consider asking, but that's beside the point. Anyway, I have a task for you. Mere moments ago, we received an order from a gentleman who demanded that we give his commission priority. Needless to say, I refused him without hesitation and had him thrown out. In retrospect, however, I believe his forwardness may have been owed more desperation than mere impatience. Could you perhaps speak with the client on my behalf? I am told he was last seen heading east in the direction of the market stalls. Of course, he may have gone further than that, but being an energetic adventurer, I'm sure you'll find him eventually. I threw him out, but I changed my mind. He is... looks to be up here. You're a leather worker? Thank you for coming to see me. I knew that my behavior at the guild was inexcusable. Permit me to start from the beginning. I heard tale of a new brand of leather goods that was cheaper than Feniel, but was just as well made. Not being a wealthy man, I saw no reason to spend the extra gil and purchased some of this Angerbroth branded leather armor for my boy, only to be disappointed. To an untrained eye, it may seem fit for the purpose, but I served as a wood whaler in my years and could tell at a glance that it's no match for Lixali weapons. Aye, they made it fast and cheap as advertised, but had I known the quality would be so bloody awful, I would have found the extra gil had gone to Feniel fineries in the first place. I know what I ask is unreasonable, but my boy is about to enlist in the whalers, and I wanted to give him something that would last a lifetime, something that his son could wear when the time came. I swear, that Angerbroth stuff won't even keep him alive long enough to even have a son. Please, would you make me a toadskin jacket? Let's see. I gotta go back and speak to Geva first, before I can make it. I see. A gift from father to son to be passed down through the ages. Only a well-crafted item could be expected to carry generations of memories and tradition. A toadskin jacket, was it? Well, after hearing such a tale, who could possibly refuse? Why are you looking at me like that? It was a rhetorical question. I'm not a monster. You heard his words, so you know what's at stake better than anyone. I bid you make a toadskin jacket of the highest possible quality and present it to me for inspection. Toadskin... goatskin... jerkin jacket. So I need 2 toad leather. I have everything else, so I just need to make 2 toad leather. I'll go with the basic cut since I don't know how many points I do now that I'm higher level. $42. And jacket. There we go. Toadskin jacket. Remember what's at stake. I need a quality toadskin jacket that can withstand generations of wear and tear. I dare say this is your best work yet. The spalders and breast are made from the finest of toadskin, and the goatskin backing would provide solid protection. It strikes the perfect balance between mobility and protection, and I can find no fault with it. Aye, it's a fitting gift for a young whaler-to-be. I expect that Kemelin will agree. Take it to him. Means now I get to go all the way back up. It's gotten misty out, just like it is in real life here. Why oh why did I have to think about the gill? Everyone knows fenial goods are the best, and best is no less than my son deserves. To think of him clad in that Angabrortha crap when he's become a whaler. Well, you're in luck. Praise the matron, a toadskin jacket. I could not have hoped for such kindness, and this craftsmanship is beyond compare. In fact, I do not believe I've ever seen a finer leather equipment in all my years. My son will be thrilled to receive it. A craftsman like that had never known battle could not possibly have made a jacket like this. Tell me, are you? But of course, even Gava sees fit to welcome capable adventurers like yourself into her guild. I hope you will continue to share your gift with the people of Gridania and give others the opportunity to savor your work. And return. I take it from your grin that Kamelian was satisfied? Glad to hear it. Gods, I'm getting fed up with this Angabrorthic nonsense. First Theodon merchant, and now this. Honestly, I don't know what idiotic plan they have in mind, but it's only a matter of time before the word spreads. Quickly, cheaply produced goods may entice customers, but quality goods keep them. I wonder if they'll even consider participating in the exhibition. On the one hand, there is no better way to publicize your brand, while on the other, they must surely know that they're in no position to compete with the real leatherworkers. But I do hope they try. I would love nothing more to see those Angabrortha frauds get their comeuppance, to look upon us artisans and merchants from every corner of Eorzea, cast judgment on their works, and proclaim them a disgrace. Basically, they're like Shien of the fictional Final Fantasy universe. Alright, level 33. Can't take the next one until 35, so time to check out some other things. Ugh, kids outside keep zipping back and forth on like an overly noisy four-wheeler, and all I can think is like, I'm so glad back to school begins next week. They're so annoying. Mike probably isn't picking it up, but I sure am. I get sick of listening to that for like 10 hours a day. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We have trails for that, you know. Please use them. Okay, we don't need to do beaten. We have Alchemist, Weaver, Goldsmith. Alright, I think we're good for Gridania, maybe. Let's check the journal. Yep, feast to say the least. That'll be over in Thanalan, actually, even though it's here. Costa del Sol, embracing the beast. Don't need to go back over to Costa del Sol quite yet, I don't think. Where is this going to be located? With MSQ. Because I know we have stuff with Curious Gorge. With Ala Mhigo. So ironically, I'll be doing Botanist here as well, since they said it would be in southern Thanalan, near Ala Mhigo. Because all the kids around here are starting to get stir crazy. Towards the end of August, you know, they're kind of sick and tired of summer vacation almost. They don't want to go back to school, but also they're bored out of their gourds, so. Be nice to get a little bit of a respite from that. Alright, where are we? To the north. Let's see if we can find... way out of here first. See if we can collect our materials. If this is the right way. There could be multiple gathering spots, I'm not sure. We'll know when we get there. Okay, laurels. Bloodgrass. Aloe. And desert saffron. I feel like I needed this for something else. Let's do quick gathering. Double our yield. Go, 17 out of 20, one more time. Since now that it's logged, I can always come back here in my own time. And there we go, laurels harvested. Since it's in the same area, might as well. Ooh, I didn't realize you were part of my log now. Only needed 2, I guess. Let's not go that way. Let's head back in this way. The sun is setting in the game again. No! No. Can't get in that way. Gotta go like this. I wish that was a usable door. It gets me every time. Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. You spoke with Mefred. It's been so long since I last heard from him. I had feared him dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Meffred sees you as a friend, and any friend of Meffred is a friend of mine. I know this masked stranger you seek, and I will tell you what I can. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Ala Mhigo as of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not likely yielding information ready for an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they will feel obliged to talk. High Elder says cough up your secrets. A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. Gundebold sent you. Yeah, listen, I told him it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... Oh, you don't know anything about this. Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around and not expect me to not think I'm in for it. Where else? Other side of camp. Let's go. Chocobutt. Just check one other thing. There we go. Stream status. Gotta make sure things are still working. Probably up top. Nope. Dang it. Wait a minute. Is this like a prayer stone? I can't interact with it. But it does have one of the etchings from the ceremony at the beginning of the game. So it must be for one of the gods. What? Have I been meeting a masked man lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say I have, but I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for him. There's a bunch of sulking about this. Right suspicious, but I've got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it. And then there's trouble. Mark my words. Back to the other side of camp. So, you've indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man that is most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an angler inside them. I can see it in their eyes. Angler? They wish to be fishing. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Ala Mhigo. Naught would do but to dispose of him and usher in revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Ala Mhigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time. Though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are likely to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, it would thank you to bring word to me. I need none of this, but thanks. It's better to save it for your people. They've been rather sick as of late. Hey, Adventurer, you done talking with that old bear? I've got a message from Wilred. Lad's something of a leader amongst the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundebold and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. Well, that don't sound like an ambush. What, do you think I was born yesterday? This is a big lizard. I wonder if they have better drops than the smaller ones. Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary I lost my ability to read. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you, or someone else? Coral got your tongue? No matter. Whatever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get him. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Ambushes only work if the person is oblivious to the ambush. And, you know, isn't armed to the teeth. You guys are beating me with your bare fists and bare chests, apparently. I have scale mail and axe. How many times must we go over this? You're stronger than you look. Stronger than I look? What about me does not look strong? Oh, there goes the internet. What about me does not look strong? This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. And it appears to be back up. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it we'll reclaim our homeland. You know, I'm right here. We wish to obtain more powerful people. Not you, though, for whatever reason. It's still going now, but it did boop down to 0 there for a second. I don't know if it booped on Twitch's end, but it did twitch on OBS's end. Weird. It told me I went down to 0 and that my viewership went down to 0 as a result. Huh. OBS go burr? Attacked by Wilred and his cronies, that they would do such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are likely to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. Guess I'll go for money. Wilred mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? Yeah, that better be pretty powerful. Gundebold, Bertilana? God's preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the corpse brigade came. They took me to their hideout and this whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling to hope. Is it wrong to dream of hope? Is it wrong to call ourselves Ala Mhigans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong, I swear to you. Those villains will answer to their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? In due time? Again, I'm right here. There are things I don't stand for. That's one of them. In case it hasn't been made perfectly clear. Just for that, I will take them out for free. Wilred, he saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertilina. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear that they may do something rash. As if they haven't already? Perhaps you've heard of the Corpse Brigade, a nasty band of brigands that's been terrorizing these parts as of late. Smuggling, thievery, cold-blooded murder of innocents. If you see any signs of play in these parts, like as not the corpses are left behind. I'd like nothing more than to march to their hideout northeast and teach them a lesson. But I know that we're outmatched. Normally I'd hesitate to trust the task to an outsider, but you seem a capable sort. What say you teach those scafflaws a lesson? Trust me, I'd already signed myself up at this point. Wants me to look for something around here. Slay bandits, ascertain the youth's intentions. Map. Like, it's personal at this point. Naught but corpses left behind indeed when I'm done with them. It's gonna be inside, isn't it? Duck on it. Alright, out and around. Dang, Ala Mhigo layout. Damn it! Yeah, see, it says I did go offline. It says the MSQ has... MS quit. Now it's back. Will it load? Will it load? That is the question. Reload on my end. Yeah, it doesn't say I'm connected. Okay, I see myself... Hang on, let me do a little choco circle, see if it reciprocates. Oh no, now it's loading. Okay, I saw myself go in circles, so it's really delayed. Let me refresh that. Okay, now it's making noise. Okay. Jump, jump. Let me refresh it on my phone now. See if I can get it to agree that I'm live. Yeah, it's still in the red. It says I'm at 8,000 kilobytes, which is weird because I don't stream at 8,000 kilobytes. Now it's going back down to where it's supposed to be. That's so weird. My app doesn't say that I'm live. That's so weird. Sorry, everyone. Give it a sec. It won't update on my phone. It updated on the Twitch preview on my PC screen, but it's not updating on my phone, which is weird. I've closed out the app completely. There we go. There we go. I'm going right. I'm going left. I'm going right. Almost. I'm going left. I'm going right. Let's see if it syncs up. Okay, it did on my phone, but now it's lagging behind on, there we go. You can see my chocobo breathing now. On the other end, let's do happy circle. Will the previews do a happy circle? Okay, preview 1, preview 2, okay. Sorry about that. OBS disconnected on me. I don't know if it has to do with Twitch or if it has to do with OBS, because the game didn't disconnect, so my internet didn't go out even though my broadcast dropped to 0, so that must mean that it's on Twitch's end. Or OBS. There's either something wrong with OBS or something wrong with Twitch, but it's not my internet, weirdly enough. So, otherwise I would have lost connection with the game, but I didn't. So, onward, I guess. Sorry, guys! Unless I deliberately log out, I guess. Or I'd probably let you know on, like, Twitter and stuff, too. I'd probably put it in the chat, like, hey, internet went burr. Internet broke. What those animals did to Bertolinda is unforgivable. And to think they look down on us? Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more. With Wilred to the bitter end, I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Would you like to take a lizard with you? This lizard's out for vengeance and I don't even go here. I may not go here, but I have standards, damn it. Okay, let's see. Items around these parts. They might be upstairs. It's supposed to give me an actual audio boop when it disconnects too, but for whatever reason it didn't. Oh, mighty Raglar, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again. Except you oppressing yourselves, like you've been doing to other members of your own community. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gundebold's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now where in the Seven Hells did I put that bloody map? Oh, you mean this one? This one that I snooped and covered for you? This one that I know is leading you up to no good? Not that at this point you've already done enough bad for me to not give a shit anymore, so... Get fucked. Gone? The whole lot of them? It's as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands, but what exactly is it that they mean to do? What's this? A hunting knife? And a map of Zanrak? Wait, you said Wilred spoke of crystals, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to. By the gods, this is rank madness. The young fools are untrained and unblooded all. They've no notion of how dangerous the Amajila are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yalms of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. Nah. I'm with the Amajila on this one. They can have these fuckers. If it weren't for the plot, I'd just grab popcorn. I know I've already got butter in the inventory. Technically, I've got pre-made snacks. I've got plums, I've got mashed potatoes, I've got fermenti. Who's hungry? I've got meat. I can make meat. Anybody want to eat some roast beef while we watch them get roasted themselves? Come on. Why do I have to save them? Wilred, did no others survive? I sure hope not. This went all wrong. Gathering the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We... Pull yourself together, lad. We were going to make an offering of crystals to Raglar, to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. We plotted to sneak into Zanrak and make off with the lizard man's cash, but they caught us and so many are dead. Gods forgive me. Snoopy Pants wants food. Well, you're always welcome to the inventory snacks. The inventory snacks are for all. Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls. I agree with the Beastmen here, actually. I regret our young ones' transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. Not their folly. No, I disagree. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Ala Mhigan people. Then you have no hope. This hope I will guard with my life. If I was allowed to sit back and watch, I would. Stay close to Wilred. If I stay any closer to Wilred, I'll be hitting him with my axe on purpose and making it seem like an accident. That man is not on my priority list right now. If anything, I'm with the Ala Mhigan. I'll protect you, but I am not protecting him. Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a person like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Ala Mhigo. I should soak some of these prunes in some of that binding potion mercury and just give it to Wilred. Wait, we've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, right for the picking. Have you learned nothing? Do you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? Apparently they don't even need to be tempered to be bastards. What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Ralgr. He swore. Enough. I will hear the rest of this story tale back at Little Ala Mhigo. I dare say Bren will wish to hear it as well. No, there's no excuses this one can give. I'm forgiving of a lot of things. That is not one of them. I mean, my avatar kind of is me, so imagine what you said in real life makes it what your avatar said. It kind of wishes it could be. Alas, this is not Baldur's Gate. But, yeah. Wilred is, not in the redemption for my books. If this was a Bethesda game, you would be dead. Quest be damned. No more lies, Wilred. Tell us everything. I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralgr, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from the squalor, and I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There's no solution. Nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Well, then stop behaving like them. Listen to me, Wilred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to find who we are. No matter where we may be, Ala Mhigo lives within us all. It is for you to decide what you make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget what you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't, I promise. Thank you for saving me, and I'm sorry I tried to kill you. You're still on my books, though. Sorry I tried to kill you. Yeah, sorry, but I'm still gonna try to kill you. My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Only to your face. Little Ala Mhigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you'll always be welcome here. Oh, look! A sleeping potion! I could use this. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilred told you is the extent of our knowledge for the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man would bring about great pain and suffering. Already has. I pray that you find and put an end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Where am I going? Up north. It's a ways away, even on Chocobo. Behold, my revenge has been had. Dang, you guys didn't even need to ask. That was easy. And thus the wrongs of this world have been set right. There, kept my promise. Bastards in the north are dead. can totally blame the snakes. It's totally the beasties. Totally. Thank you, Outsider. The victory is already the talk of the town. They may not mark the end of the Corpse Brigade, but at least now they know we're not afraid to fight back. Hey, send me to the rest of them. I'll clean that up. And to think these men and women were once my countrymen. Do they know no shame? Apparently not. Back in the heyday of Ala Mhigo, the Corpse Brigade served our nation with pride and honor. It saddens me to see what they've become. But I would slay them down to the last if it would ensure that they besmirch our homeland's name no more. Hey. Just give me the word. I'll go. Anywho, report back to Minfilia, Laurels, to Fucha. Guess there's nothing else here, so let us pop open our magic letters and return to the Waking Sands. Ooh, going for gold, new dungeon. Knows a place where a skilled adventurer might hone their skills. I can't take 2 steps around this place without hearing "Bren this" or "Bren that." Why, it's as if you're some kind of goddamn hero. Well, I did kill, a dozen men today, who did very bad things, so technically. But even I can see that you're just itching to find a new battleground to hone your skills. Fortunately, I know just the place, the Aurum Vale. Head southwest through the central highlands of Korthus and seek out a man named Willimus, and tell him that Nedrick sent you. If anything, it's the Amagia who I need to prepare a peace offering for. They did me a favor, and yet I had to strike them down anyway due to the plot. Thankfully, I will be able to return the favor later in the game, but hey. Just wish I could do it a little more earlier to show my thanks, Welcome back. I am reliably informed that this investigation took you to the quarry mill of Little Ala Mhigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Planted the knowledge of summoning in impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception that Ascians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. Mayhap we ought rest a while before speaking further of the investigation. And more food that I'm forced to eat, lest it clutter my inventory. This time I think I got beans. What'd you give me? You gave me lentils and chestnuts. A stew consisting of Lalafell lentils and Gridanian chestnuts boiled in a sour red wine. While you were tending to business in Thinland, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the Northern Shroud. This sighting comes at the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. If 12's willing, we will pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Raxia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her and take it from there. As always, be careful out there. Should be in the storage area again, still.
Walking One is to investigate Sinister One? Then heed well one's words. This one is friends with the Walking One from the Ash Crown Consortium. According to the Friendly One, a Digging One named Mendred had an encounter with a scary Masked One. This Masked One is most certainly a Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Mendred. Digging One is to be found at Fallgourd float in the North Shroud. But I was just there.
But I was just there. To Gridania. Don't worry, you're fine. We got beans. We got meats. It's a good old-fashioned potluck out here. Let's see. Can go to Botanist Guild since we got our laurels. Might as well while we're here, you know?
I would ask you to harvest the 12 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetation to the north of Little Ala Mhigo and southern Thanalan. Then bring them to me for inspection.
Here you go. Just, don't mind the blood. It was a long night.
Let me see here. 19, 20, an area withered leaf among the lot. Yanni will be pleased as peas. Speaking of which, do you know why laurel is so prioritized by culinarians across the realm? Not only does it boast a most pleasant aroma, deep yet not overpowering, the perfect accent to a savory stew or seasoning for a steak, but it is also known to stimulate the appetite, helps to digest. The brave men and women of the gods' quiver feast now, but it is only a matter of time before they are summoned back to the field of battle. Deliver the laurel to Yanni so that she might prepare a feast that will warm the hearts as well as sate their stomachs.
Where is Yanni? Over this way. I was heading to the Warpstone, but I guess they're over here anyway.
Greetings, friend. Are you perchance the botanist to whom Fufucha entrusted my order for laurel? Well, I can see why Fufucha is always singing your praises. These will be amongst the crispest, most aromatic laurel leaves ever to grace my spice rack. Ixali raiding parties grow more restless with each passing day. I fear that the day will soon come when we can no longer afford to feast our men as heartily as we do today. Still, Gridania's finest requires sustenance as much as they need their lances and bows. I am but a simple culinarian. I will do what I could to support my own countrymen, and yet there's only so much I can accomplish on my own. In any event, I'm grateful for your aid. Pass along my thanks to Fufucha, and let her know that I shall be calling upon your services again. I hear Yanni was overjoyed with your delivery. Thanks to you, she'll be able to prepare a feast befitting the triumphing occasion. And yet, truth be told, I take no pleasure in martial victories. Every day that we continue to water the soil with blood, I fear we lose something of what we once were. Sorry. There was a time when Gridanian and Ixal alike lived in harmony with nature, and with each other there's no way to resolve their differences than with lance and arrow. You know, ironically, blood is actually really good fertilizer. Just don't ask. Forgive me, I do not mean to burden you with my troubles. You can get fertilizer that has, like, cow blood in it, for example. She's still going? Yeah, I'm still going. Oh, I can get a new jacket. Gathering and perception. Hat. That one only has perception. I'll go with the jacket. It's like the same, but with puffier sleeves. It's like the same, but worse. Oh, good morning. Forgive me if I seem a bit pensive. If you must know, the thought that our harvests are contributing to the war effort has been weighing heavily on my heart. What I truly wish is for it be an agent of peace, but what can a humble botanist do? In the meanwhile, another order has come from Yenny, this time for zucchini in large quantities. Now I'm afraid her homegrown harvest simply will not suffice. Fortunately, they are said to grow wild and in abundance in the Lunasi region. I would ask you to travel to eastern Lunasi, harvest 12 of the finest zucchini you can find from the area south of the Raincatcher Gully. When you are through, bring them to me. That's in like the same area as the alligator pears. I do have some zucchini. I don't know if I have 20. I can check really quick. But I doubt that I have 20 zucchini. Let's see. Ooh, that's right. You're completely full. I need to make... I only have one! I have but one zucchini. Magically go through the door while going in the opposite direction. What? Should I make another retainer? You've come to me about a retainer. May hire up to 2 retainers. I already have 1. I can make another character. I don't know. That's right. I don't actually have Endwalker installed. So I can't make a bunny one. Dang it. I can make other... like retainers. I don't know if I want to do one now. I'll probably do one off screen just to really fiddle with it. You guys don't need to see me fiddling character creators for like half an hour. We'll just deal with the full inventory for now. Alright, so I'll gather more zucchini later. I need to go... Where's the Orenville? That's in Corthus. Let's go over here. Fiddling with character creation for 3+ hours as content, though. Yeah, but it's not the content you all signed up for. Let's change back to... Besides, I need to think of a character I want to create anyway. Which is weird. I didn't know retainers were locked out, because last time I could have sworn I made my retainer a Viera. Because I made her specifically a half and half type rabbit, so she was half sun, half moon. Please leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I look death in the face. 'Tis only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. Medrat is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you attempt to soothe him, you might remain calm for long enough to hold a conversation. It kind of looks like I'm just patting him on the back of his head. When you have Shadowbringers expansion, I think. I do have them, I just need to actually install them. You're right, it's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true. But that hardly means I'm about to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman! One glimpse was enough to tell me that she'd died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her soul from his realm. Hey, that's my patron god you're talking about. What? You're investigating the same masked man? In that case, we'll help you in whatever way we can. Aye, anything to ensure that we won't have to suffer Medrad's hysteria ever again. Alright, teamwork. That's what I wanted to... Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay them for comforting me. For bopping you on the back of the head. For using your skull like a bongo drum. So, here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing their fingers at them. I somehow doubt that the answer is so simple, though, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures, and we'll see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths? Who is the masked man? He is one of the main antagonists that we've encountered sporadically until this point, and every time we do, he summons monsters on us, be they giant spiders. He sent a Goobbue after us. One of them was one of these rock golems earlier in the game. He unleashed one of these on us. He is suspected of helping some of the beast tribes summon primals, which kind of want humans dead. You used Tuxedo Mask as an example, but I am not allowed to give spoilers, so I'm just going to have to sit on that. Okay, we've slain some Ziz. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of enemies in this area he's summoned on us. He's summoned these golems, he's summoned these spiders, scorpion things. Scorpions are arachnids, technically, so. No Goobbues in the area, I think, but... It was Darius in Tuxedo Mask. Oh, it's a Sailor Moon reference. Really old shoujo manga and anime from when I was a child. My fellows and I live one day at a time, using the proceeds of the morning's haul to buy the evening's tankard. It is an unpredictable way of life, but I would not exchange it for aught else. I talked to the wrong person. I need this one. You're standing in front of them, good sir. Please move. You've already seen to the Ziz? Good work, adventurer. So were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are the culprits? Oh yeah, it looks a little comfortable there. Uncomfortable there. Getting a bit of a hug. Nothing? Truth be told, even if that were proof, I would know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from the list of suspects, which leaves with the masked man and his winged eyeball. There's something else I'd heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, huh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor been going around. There's some whisper that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigation, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some fragments, and I'll give them a gander. The big avatar's probably AFK. Yeah, I know. Let's just wait. Is there still more in here that I need to do first? Yes? There's something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it was a coincidence, but my sighting took the place precisely the same time as Medrod's. There is something in my eyeball. Hang on. Ah! I was heading home after the day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at a rocky area west of here, in case you had mind to investigate.
I guess you guys are not yet familiar with creatures of the void. Sounds like an Araman to me. Any sign of eyeballs? Sign of something. That is. You're not what I'm looking for. To the next spot. That must be up top. Because I am blocked off from that way. Might be able to go around this way. It might be down below, I can't tell. Yeah, it is. Gotta blow it up. And kerboof. Blew off some crystals for us. You really need me to gather up each and every one. Yeah, I don't know what Sailor Scout I would most identify with these days. I used to really have Pluto as a favorite, but these days I'm not sure as much anymore. Mostly because she had sort of like a scythe. I do like Sailor Mercury, especially since my best friend at the time was basically a replica of Sailor Mercury, a real-life replica. Both in terms of personality and also sort of with her appearance. A monstrous bane might appeared, and you slew it? The creature had long been the scourge of the folk at the Fallgourd. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder. Why is it truly a winged eyeball I saw, or merely a stick of light combined with blind panic? The camera's... it's stuck behind my horns. Most folk are too scared to go with 100 yalms of the rock of Rancor. Aye, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, huh? Huh? Why, these aren't your just garden variety crystals. 'Tis a bit hard to tell beneath the dirt and the grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but it explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both our time and perfectly good fire stand stick. Oh well. Power of destruction. Yeah, there's the big ol' eyeball. Been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep, knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were malms apart. How could we have both have seen it at precisely the same time? Perhaps there was more than one. What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with a bane mite at the very spot you claimed to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right?
There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Ooh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be. Gods, of course. There must be more than one of the buggers. Gee, took it that long, huh? Ah, it's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of the fiends, then there must be even more victims as of yet undiscovered. I do believe that we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you've forgotten, it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There's a guard horse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Is Pluto a name of one of the characters? Yes. All of the magical girls in the anime are aligned with some sort of planet. Aside from the main character, which is to our moon. Hence the name Sailor Moon. Ignore the bear. It's too high level even for us. That's part of other missions that we'll get to once my grand company is high enough level. And look at that! Oh, don't look at that. You'll be petrified. And just as suspected, there was a murder. But yeah, all of the Sailor Scouts, which are magical girls, are named after planets, so one magical girl per planet. Even though they all technically live on Earth. It's sort of like Fruits Basket with the Zodiac thing. Instead, it's just Zodiac planets instead. Stream is about to go over 4 hours. Way to go. Woo! It's not my longest stream to date, which is closer to 8. Saturdays, they tend to go 4 hours or more. I don't know how much time I have, though. Because it is 3:50, and I usually get at most until 4 on Fridays. So, yeah. We'll see. I might have to wrap it up pretty soon. Ironically enough. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught that I might assist you with? I found this dead person. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature any, sightings of the winged eyeballs are common enough. The creatures appear to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them, so as to notify their next of. Huh? The button engraved on this lily motif is the very same object that was found upon another victim, a family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare hope to find that this will prove pivotal in solving the murders. Murders? Murders. Murders. I would have you hold on to the lily button. You'll need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mune. Perhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon the sigil. And thus, back to Gridania. Ironically enough, where the inn is. That is going to be a perfect stopping point. Wow. Good day to you. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herbal tea. Well, if it isn't a lovely little button, the engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body? Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette over by the Aetherlight Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. But with that is probably where I'm going to wrap it up since it's getting really close to 4. So I'm going to return to the inn and probably call it a stream here because I'm starting to get hungry and I usually have to start wrapping things up around 4 on Fridays. Sugar spice everything nice. Final Fantasy XIV and the AetherNightmare was born. Oh, actually, I've been doing this way longer. Not Final Fantasy XIV, but Final Fantasy. I think I did my first Final Fantasy 1 playthrough in Crystal Chronicles back in 2009. So, yeah, been here a while, actually. Surprise, surprise. But with that, this is where I'm going to be calling it for now. Yeah, I was 17 at the time, so I was in high school. But, yeah. Yeah, most of those videos no longer exist because my channel got beefed, but I re-uploaded some of them because I still had them on my hard drive at the time, years later, but yeah, I have been making LPs for a long time, a really long time, back when all I had to record was a Dazzle and Pinnacle Studios. Them's was the days. But this is where I'm going to call it for now. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined, and I hope to see you all in future streams, which should be relatively soon. Bye-bye!